Two scores are Helen Hyde and Andy Surrogate. We have an ellipse scores for Gavin Lee and our analyst is Kieran Phillips. And opening the batting today for Sunrisers, Grace Scrivens and Cordelia Griffith.
Well, good morning everybody, welcome to Chelmsford. As you can see, play about to get underway out in front of us. Lizzie Scott is around the wicket first up, with Sunrisers batting first here at Chelmsford in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And beautifully onto the spot, first ball as well. A cloudy morning here in Chelmsford and a pretty reasonable forecast, I guess, given the overheads this morning, that we're hoping very much there won't be too many interruptions. Threat of a shower throughout the day. Oh, little inside edge. That'll get the Sunrisers off the mark. Winning the toss, deciding to bat first. They'll pick up two, down to deep third. The sides for this one, the Sunrisers are Grace Scrivens and Cordelia Griffith. Jodie Grucock, Maddie Villiers, Saskia Hawley, Jo Gardner, Amara Carr, the wicketkeeper, Eva Gray, Kelly Castle, the captain, Kate Kopak, Abtaha Maqsood. That's for Northern Diamonds. Width on that one and a wide signals. A little bit of swing away there for Lizzie Scott. Northern Diamonds are Lauren Winfield Hill, the wicketkeeper, Sir Callis, Holly Armitage, the skipper, Phoebe Turner, Bess Heath, Chloe Tryon. Oh, real shape on that again. Challenge this for Scrivens. Serious shape on that one. Once again, Catherine Fraser, Abby Glenn, Lizzie Scott bowling now, Katie Levick and Jessica Woolston. Top ball away into the offside. And how many to come of the over? Two to come, I think. This opening over, just the one slip in place. Top ball eased away into the offside once more. So, table so far. As these two sat pretty in second and third behind the blaze. End of the opening over, two without loss. Sunrisers winning the toss here this morning at Chelmsford. Happy May Day bank holiday to you, wherever you're tuned in for this one. But Blaze are top, 2 from 2. Sunrisers and Northern Diamonds are a win and a defeat each so far. on Saturday for Sunrisers. It was 159 all out. Blaze winning by 3 wickets. A tight one in the end. They fought back hard against Blaze, but Munro and de Klerk seeing Blaze over the line. Jessica Woolston opening from the Hayes close end. As for Northern Diamonds, posted 161. Bowled out in the 37th over. Central Sparks winning by 7 wickets at New Road. Cordelia Griffith with the first ball. Shield face. And eases back in. Griffith off the mark, first ball. Comfortable single away into the onside. Slipping a gully in place for Scrivens. Again, some nice shape on that. Scrivens in behind it, eases defensively into the offside. Keep you up to date with all the scores in the other games as well. A delay between the Blaze and Thunder, inspection at 11 AM there. Edged away, just out of reach. Pick up a single down to deep third. The game's being played at Welbeck Colliery in Nettleworth. It's a late start as well for the Central Sparks against the Southern Vipers at Wormsley. Play due to start at 10 to 11. They are underway at Bristol though. Oh, shapes back in again. Griffith right behind it. They are underway at Bristol, and South East Stars won the toss, decided to bat. They are 1 for 1. Chatley's gone, caught Filer off the bowling of Gibson for a duck. Last ball of the opening over it was. Capsey there, opening with her and joined by Smith now. Oh, that held its line. Beautiful bowling. Seen them shaping back in. That one holding its line through to the gloves. And great line, great control, right from the off. Big stride in from Griffith, defends that one away into the offside. Top ball to end the second over, so 5 without loss. And the opening round of games, Sunrisers off the mark with a victory. 288 for 7. Having won the toss and decided to bat at Southampton on the first day. Scrivens with 67 opening. McLeod was run out Smith for 4, but Grucock 69, Villiers 70. Just straightening again that one on Scrivens from Scott. Lovely line and length once more. In reply, the Vipers, 162 all out in the 36th. 5 wickets for Maqsood, 3 for Villiers to go, with the top score of 70. Only as far as point. Again, just that little bit of swing affecting the timing there. I think eyes lit up for Scrivens on that. But went with the swing, didn't go too hard at it, didn't get the time in though. Powerfully struck, well fielded in the covers. It's a really good stop. Just a slip, a gully, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, wide mid on, deep backward square leg. So it's tickled away, backward square on the leg side again for a single. I can turn it into two. Good running. Really good running. Once more, did that in the first over as well. Missing long on down below me. I was thinking where the fielder is, just out of sight. Bowls. Well run. Quick single. Oh no, backing up. It's deep third who comes around to collect. So they've taken a single more. Scott's going to come over the wicket for the first time now as Griffith takes guard. Just adjusting the deep square. There's a fine deep third. Deep square, the two out. Slip crouch down next to Winfield Hill. Nice in swing again. Right on the money with the ball so far, the Northern Diamonds. Yeah, their first match of the season was, that is the end of the over. And 8 without loss it is. Their first match of the season was at Leeds. They tossed aside into field. Well, Western Storm, so Northern Diamonds posted 290 for 8. Winfield Hill with 75 at the top, Heath 71, Tryon 63, 290 for 8, and then Western Storm skittled for 185. 4 wickets for Levick, 2 for Glenn, 2 for Scott. Dump it onto the pad, but going down the leg side. Wilson's second over. It's a lovely ball. But Scrivens all ends up with that one. Beautiful delivery. Scrivens takes a moment's thought. 10:30 start here at Chelmsford. Cloudy skies. A little bit of movement, as there will be with this new ball from both ends. It's up there, clipped away. Single more, Scrivens. Moves on to 7. Wide. Signalled on that one. Umpires today, Robert White and Joanne Ibbotson. Simon Hinks is the match referee for this one. Wide again. 6-3 fields. Oh, it's beauty. Absolute beauty. Swings back in, off stumps out of the ground. Felt like there was a little bit of extra pace on that, a little bit of extra fizz. 2 outside the off stump. That one really came sharply back in to take off stump. Beautiful, beautiful delivery from Woolston. And the first wicket, Griffith makes her way off for 1. And Sunrisers lose their first wicket in the 4th over. 11 for 1. That was a sharp in-swinging delivery, that one.
Incoming batter, Jodie Grucock.
Jodie Grucock is the new batter. Just having a look at the replay of that one. My replay slightly out of sync with yours, but you'll have seen a demon in-swinger it was, really. Cracking delivery. Scrubbing back on the stream now to have a look. Yeah, a couple of wides outside off, and then really hooped back into that off stump. Cracking ball, cracking dismissal. Big wicket as Griffith departs. So a slip in a gully, point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square. I've missed deep third again, hiding down below. Here's a run up again. Problem there for Jessica Woolston. Grucock made 69 before she was stumped Southby off Dean in that opening game against the Southern Vipers. Oh, that's a thick edge, but not carrying. Really good, this. Diamond's right on top at the start, out there lively in the field as well, full of encouragement. Have a look at that one again on the screen. I'm just scrubbing back to see. Big away swing again. To the left-hander. Yeah, Grucock and Scrivens, excuse me, they came together 10 for 1 when McLeod was out in that second over against Diamonds, then shared a 93-run stand for the second wicket. Separated in the 24th over, but boy oh boy, did they put their foot down from there. Sunrisers with Villiers 70 coming off just 53 deliveries. Gray at the end, 25 off 14. Clipped away. I think it was drifting down. They were starting to get excited behind the stumps, but it's just going to pop over the rope. It is boundary. Sunrisers' first boundary of the innings. 15 for 1 in the 5th. Right up there on this occasion. Nice looking shot from Scrivens, straight back to mid-off. Yeah, Grewcock, I was saying 69 in that first game at Southampton. Then in the defeat to the Blaze here at Chelmsford, managed just the single. Grace Scrivens so far 67 and 39 just the other day. Oh, that one gets through. It's a little bit of shape away from Scrivens, looking to cut. Beautiful delivery again. Plenty of encouragement from the field, as you'll hear. Rightly so. They've made a fine start here. Scrivens will feel she missed out a little bit on that cut shot. Packed offside fields, there was enough width in it. Still only 19 years of age, Grace Scrivens. Turned 20 until November. And a big part of that England under-19 side as well. It went so well at the under-19 World Cup. Defeated in the final though. All out for 68, India 69 for 3. Knocking off the runs with 36 balls to spare. That 7-wicket win, just 4 in the final for Scrivens. Did manage to pick up a wicket early on in India's chase. She accounted for Sharawat. Caught Baker bowled Scrivens for 5, but not to be for England in the final. This ball again respectfully played. It was some tournament for Scrivens. Top scored with 93 against Ireland. Managed 50s either side of that against the West Indies. And Rwanda. Up 4 for 2 as well against Zimbabwe with the ball, so a fine tournament. A couple of wickets in the semi-final as well against Australia. Good start to the summer as well. It's nicely played, just off the back straight at mid-on, mid-off that little deeper, coming around to collect. Single taken. Scrivens back onto strike. Oh wow, Bolzer, what a ball that is. Scrivens looking to drive, top of off. Too bold now for Woolston and giving the Sunrisers a real problem here at the start at Chelmsford. Scrivens gone for 11, bowled by Woolston. And Sunrisers have a lot to do here with both openers gone. And 16 for 2 in the 6th over. Alston 2 for 6 from 2.5. Let's having a look at the dismissal again now. Really tremendous delivery. Oh, and straight through the drive off Scrivens. Huge wicket. Don't know whether it just took the inside edge on the way through of the drive. We've seen Alston swinging them away from the left-handers, that holding its line at very least past the inside edge, whether it just seemed slightly to beat that inside edge. Clipping the top of off. Scrivens has to go. 16 for 2. Maddie Villiers in at 4 in the 5th over. Star performer in that opening victory, as we just mentioned. Sunrisers need a star performer today. Oh, past the edge again. End of the over. Sunrisers 16 for 2. Grucock on 1. Villiers having faced just the one yet to get off the mark. Scrivens gone. 2 bowled, both openers. Clean bowled by Jessica Woolston. In swinger to the right-hander, Cordelia Griffith, bowled for 1. And then Grace Scrivens, the left-hander. Again, at very least held its line from around the wicket from Woolston, but maybe just leaned back in slightly as well to beat the inside of that drive, taking the top of off. And Scrivens gone for 11. Here's Scott again. Lovely line and length. Well defended by Grucock. Right up there again with that little bit of away swing for Lizzie Scott. Northumberland born, just 18 years of age. Quick single, well run. Sunrise just need to get the scoreboard ticking here. Singles will do it. Don't want to be too adventurous, having lost those early wickets. Booming in swing. Oh, and caught. Brilliant catch. Superb start here for Northern Diamonds. And Scott now in amongst the wickets as Villiers has to go. Second ball duck. Sunrisers 17 for 3. And a clip straight to mid-wicket. And a third wicket for Diamonds. They really have had quite the start here at Chelmsford. Tremendous catch as well by Fraser. It's clipped hard by Villiers, who can be such a powerful batter. On that occasion, off the bat, I'm slightly worried that she'd have known it was aerial. Catherine Fraser with an outstanding grab. So Saskia Hawley comes in at 5, only in the 7th over here. A lot of work for Sunrisers to do. Inside tickle on that one. Get a run. Down to deep backward square. 2 noises. Inside edge onto the pad. All about to go up for the LBW as well. I think the stride across probably would have saved Hawley anyway. 23-year-olds. Born in St Leonard's. 7 Scottish international T20s. Not sure really sat up, but straight to the deep square from Grucock. Moves her to 3. Sun's out, and looks a better picture here overhead at Chelmsford. Not such a great picture on the scoreboard for Sunrisers. 19 for 3. And Grucock on 3, Hawley on 1. Scott picking up the wicket in that over. Villiers caught by Fraser at mid-wicket. Just going to have a look at the replay on the stream. And yeah, disappointment for de Villiers. Good start again to the new over from Woolston. So I'm looking on the stream again at that replay of Villiers' dismissal. Swung in. Dragged it to the onside. Villiers in the end didn't quite get in position to clip as hard as she'd have liked, but stunning catch it really was. It did go hard out of the middle of the bat. Great low catch by Fraser away to her right. Silly mid on as well as a gully in place now. Slips come out for Grucock. Helmet being run out for Winfield Hill. It's going to stand up for Hawley. Right up there again. Well defended. Well bowled. Yeah, Hawley 23 years of age, turned 23 in February. Top score of 52 in those 7 T20 internationals for Scotland. Scotland match was in September last year against Papua New Guinea. 44 she managed in the T20 Tolerance Oval. Been playing for New South Wales women throughout the winter. Top scored with 51. against Australia Capital Territory women in a 7-run win. End of the over, 8 done, 21 for 3. Hawley remains on 2, Grucock on 4. Starts the over again. Stands it up at both ends now. Woodfield Hill. So a little bit of swing out there, making sure that the batters remain in their crease, not starting outside of the crease, not using their feet. Just trying to negate the movement. Oh, that took a bit of bounce. Cut away down to deep third, edgily. For a single by Hawley. She moves to 3. 22 for 3. Grucock back onto strike. Quiet winter. Last game prior to the start of this summer was for Sunrisers against Sparks last September at Worcester. Made 35 here against Lightning towards the back end of the season as well. But short, hooked away, just a single fine of the wide bit on. Well, thanks women as well for Jodie Grucock. Well fielded, no run. Again, I mentioned they'll have to keep the scoreboard ticking, but right now it's batting time for Sunrisers. Making sure they don't get into too big a problem here at the start of the innings. Oof. End of the ninth, 23 for 3. Just died that one. Last ball of the over on Hawley. And look again, scrubbing back. Let's see exactly what it did. Just chopped down into the surface. Well, it just not got up as much as it seemed to come back in a bit off the seam. Hawley survives. She has 3, Grucock has 5. Sunrisers 23 for 3 at the end of the ninth. Single taken there. Deep third coming up. It's Katie Levick. Bye signalled. Let's have a look. Must have got through everything. Yeah, it was just, I thought it was a little bit of bat took it away, but it was just fingertips of the glove from Winfield Hill. Some real swing again. Oh, look at that, come hooping back in once more. Well, much like the last. To the left-handed Grucock, this one to Hawley. Came swinging sharply back in. That was where the swing, previous ball, Managed to help the ball away from the gloves of Winfield Hill, just tipping off the edges of them. That one holds its line. Really skilled bowling this from Woolston. A fifth over, 2 for 8. Causing a big problem here. Running behind that one. Hawley, a dot ball. Left alone again by Hawley. End of the over, a maiden over for Woolston. Her first maiden, 2 for 8 from 5 on maiden, just that one by the start of the over. Grucock to have strike. Signed her first professional deal this winter with Sunrisers. Born in 2004, one of the youngest members of the squad. With responsibility. Out there this morning for Sunrisers. Change of bowling. Here at the River End. Lizzie Scott done for now, finishing with figures of... disappeared from in front of me, I'll tell you in a moment, but Glenn it's going to be. Over the wicket. Lizzie Scott finishes 1 for 15 from her 5. Abigail Glenn taking over. Plays for Yorkshire Women as well. Was run nicely. Single down to deep third. So back onto strike, Hawley. Wide signals. Decided wide, seems to get wider. Fair call from the umpire, I think, on that one. It was tight, but angle of it seemed to be ever heading towards the tram lines. Line of length once more. .26 for 3 in the Sunrisers. The Sunrisers. battling the cloud at the moment though, just disappears as I start to mention it. That's well played. Fraser low to her left, trying to get a hand to it, couldn't do so. Standing police are fielding out there already, but not on this occasion. Catch to get rid of Villiers, just out of reach on this one. .30 for 3 Sunrisers and only a second boundary. The 11th over. Out of the power play, so fielders allowed back, and deep square has dropped back indeed now. Oh, that's a nice shape. It's played inside the line of that one, Hawley. Or bowled, well played. End of the 11th, 30 for 3. Let's have a check on those scores elsewhere. Central Sparks are underway against Southern Vipers. Delayed start at Wormsley, but 10 for 1 in the 7th. Southern Vipers winning the toss, electing to field. Brewer gone already. Chloe Brewer caught and bowled by Charlie Dean for a duck. Alston continuing here with the 6th over. Second ball duck for Brewer. Jones has 5. Freeborn has 3. 10 for 1. Central Sparks. Blaze against Thunder. They were inspecting at 11 at Nettleworth. Welbeck Colliery. No further update on that inspection. It's full, pushed up to that silly mid-on. South East Stars 47 for 3 after 11 at Western Storm. Stars won the toss and lost Chatley and Capsey for ducks at the top. 1 for 1, 1 for 2. Tickle through square. Think about 2, but it's just the single. Grewcock moves to 7, level with Hawley. 31 for 3, midway through the 12th. Smith 35, not out for South East Stars, coming in at 3. Davidson Richards went for 6, caught Wilson, second wicket for Gibson. Spence not out 3. Smith holding things together there for South East Stars. Here at Chelmsford, Sunrisers really need a partnership. Hawley moves to 8. There's been a lot of swing out there. First up has troubled that top order. Certainly accounted for the dismissal of Cordelia Griffith. Alston swinging back in, and then around the wicket to the left-hander, managed to get on to go through the gate. Oh, that swings away from the attempted cut of Grewcock. So all the games for this May Day bank holiday. Good leave by Grewcock. End of the 12th, 32 for 3. Sunrisers back in action on Friday at Radlett, taking on South East Stars, 10:30 starts. For the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. Do join us for the stream on that one. Then on Saturday, Northern Diamonds entertain the Blaze at Chesterley Street. Southern Vipers take on Western Storm and Thunder take on Central Sparks. And for the men, the County Championship resumes on Thursday this week. Division 1, Essex, Surrey, Hampshire, Warwickshire, Notts, Lancashire, Somerset, Northants. Essex here at Chelmsford for that game against Surrey. Round off for one of the stakeholders of Sunrisers, Middlesex. Northamptonshire away at Somerset. Division 2, Derbyshire versus Leicestershire, Worcestershire versus Sussex, and Yorkshire take on Glamorgan at Headingley. Round off for Durham. In Division 2. Short in the air, gone. Real long hop from Glenn, but picks up the wicket. Hawley's eyes lit up, pulled it straight to mid-wicket. Gone for 8, 32 for 4, and a real gimme that one for the Diamonds. The Sunrisers lose another wicket, a comfortable catch for Armitage. Bonus wicket for Glenn and Diamonds. Real blow for the Sunrisers. They're just settling things down, but the long hop drew the mistake. Bad balls take wickets. It's done it again here, 32 for 4. And Sunrisers need to be careful in the 13th. Some excellent dismissals so far by Northern Diamonds. That one was a bit of a pudding from Glenn.
Incoming batter, Joe, gone.
But for Diamonds, they won't mind one little bit. Now the wicket down brings Joe Gardner to the middle. Powerful batter from Northampton. Gardner. 26 now, born in Newport, Isle of Wight. Oval Invincibles women as well. 10 and 7 so far this summer. So nice bit of shape on that one. Gardner had to be watchful of that. Also a slow end to last season, surprisingly slow end. 6 and 4 at Chelmsford and at Worcester. Lightning and Sparks fixtures to finish up last year. Did score 43 unbeaten against the Vipers at Southampton, 29 unbeaten here against Storm in the previous 2 games prior to that. Fantastic 41 at Northampton against Sparks as well. I was lucky enough to watch, but a losing cause. Wicket maiden for Glenn, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6, and well, there's no doubt sat in the dressing room at the moment. There'll be a clear thought from Hawley that one should have been 4, not out. Didn't get over the top of it. Eyes lit up, went with power. Powered it straight to mid-wicket. And here is Fraser into the attack. took the catch that dismissed Villiers. That was well, that was the best catch so far, I'd say. Armitage hit powerfully at her, but straight at her. Fraser with a bit of spin. What's Jessica Woolston done for now then? 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. Straight on the spot, Fraser. (18 years of age). Drops a little short there. Grewcock onto the length early. Eases out to deep square. 33 for 4. Just 18 years of age, Catherine Fraser, but 31 T20 women's internationals already for Scotland. Come through the under-19s, Scotland A. 31 internationals already. 39 wickets, at an average of 13. For the off-spinner. Over the wicket again for Gardner. Indeed, over the wicket for the first time. Gardner picks up a single first ball. Off the spinner. Scotland women's debut back in June 2019 against Germany, the World Cup Europe region qualifier. 107-run victory for Scotland women, who had the Bryces opening. Katie McGill, who I've commentated with over the years in that game as well. This ball's cut to point, no run. Fraser had none for 11 from the 2 overs that she bowled. Germany was 61 for 7. Over mid-set. 169 to win. Top ball again here. Just working out, June 2019, so she was 14, Catherine Fraser, when she made her full Scotland debut. Just 2 off her first over, 34 for 4. Here's Glenn from the river end once more. Bit of width. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Gardner trapping down on it. Shot of the morning so far. Will she get full rewards? Oh, yes, just. Scooped back in. It was an excellent stop out there. And Gardner has run 3. Great shot from her. She's on to 4. And 37 for 4 is the score. On strike comes Grewcock once more on 8. Nicely played into the onside, no run. Danny Warren's alongside me on the mic. Morning, Danny.
Morning, Kevin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. The sun's starting to pop out. Hopefully a chance to make some hay now.
Well, indeed. Some swing out there this morning.
Oh,
Were you surprised by it?
I would have been very proud of a couple of those balls back in the day. Yes, I suppose there's always something there with the with the new ball and with with a bit of cloud cover. But look, we obviously chose to go out there and have a go at it. And a couple of those balls had some names on.
They bowled well, and they bowled well with a lot of swing out there this morning as well. You know, they had great control over that swing. Now, the ball that picked up Griffith first, I thought.
Yeah.
Boomed back into the off stump.
Looking at the replay, I'm not quite sure how Scrivens managed to get out to that one. It moved an absolute mile.
Yeah.
So, chance to these two rebuild and hopefully give us a platform going forward.
38 for 4 it is. Running behind that one, Gardner. Did you see the shot of the morning just now from Gardner driven away? You were coming through the door just it happened.
I heard a shout for wait, and then no, and then
just
yes,
got through the covers.
Which meant
Yeah,
it
once
must have beaten someone, but no, I
got through the covers. A lovely cover drive, gorgeous shot. Deserved 4, just pulled up inside of the ropes. Bumps back.
Maybe what I should actually do is just go and stand behind the stand for the rest of the match. The shot of the day was played whilst I wasn't actually watching the game. If that'll get us up to 200 plus, then maybe I'm happy to go and watch the River Can. The River Can, isn't it? Here.
That's a good point. All the years that I've come here, 19 seasons now, I've always just called it the River. You know more than me. About a great many things, of course.
Oh,
top ball into the onside.
Geography is definitely not going to be it, but I use Google Maps a lot, so...
Probably should have taken note of these. I've probably heard it, but it's the kind of information I don't retain. River Can.
Yeah, as confirmed by
where the name
a
comes
well-known
from
map app.
Oh, we're on Sunrise's stream. We don't have. It's not the BBC now.
Oh, we can say anything, can we?
Yeah, we don't have to say other maps are.
Other maps are available.
Is Fraser, who we were just establishing, made her Scotland debut at 14.
It's nice to experience when you're 18, isn't it? I think she only turned 18 last month as well. I remember seeing some, some stuff on social media.
Yeah, June 2019 it was. She played for Scotland in a World Cup qualifier.
Yeah, we've had a fair number of Scots at this ground over the last few days.
Sort of old.
Yeah, in addition to our contingent of Avatar Maqsood, Saskia Hawley and head coach Andy Tennant, we welcomed the Bryces and Kirsty Gordon from the Blaze on Saturday.
Bowled once more. Yeah, Kirsty was saying I did a bit of commentary with last season. Bryces were opening up in that debut match for Fraser back in 2019. Here's the cover drive for you from Joe Gardner. I'll undoubtedly hear about that one later. This one's eased away for a single backward point by Grewcock.
I'll let her talk about the cover drive when she brings up 100 later on.
Yeah. I did cheekily bring up, she was on mic during a Middlesex Northamptonshire match with me a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago now. I did cheekily bring up the 6 that she hit at Wantage Road, which is a massive shot. Think about 2 here, but settle on the single. Gardner's on to 5. Huge shot into the top tier of the members' pavilion at Wantage Road in that match against Storm, off the top of my head. I said I've never seen such a big top edge. But it was a huge shot. She gives it out, doesn't she, Joe? So she has to accept she's going to have to take it back. Yeah, she was good fun on the mic that day.
She loves doing the commentary.
Victory for Northampton as well.
So yeah, she's really got into that over the last year or so. Chat to her the day before, she's got all of her stats to revise her and sort of swat up on. So she really loves doing that and getting on the stream when she can.
40 for 4 here. Glenn 1 for 10 from 3, 1 maiden. Fraser just the 4 off her first 2 overs. Thoughts on batting first today?
It's generally what you want to do at Chelmsford. So it was we won the toss. It was our plan to do so. It is our plan to do so because if you can get enough runs on the board, then you've got a chance to defend it. So look, yeah, we're obviously not in the position that we would have hoped for, given that. But like you said, they bowled really, really well with the new ball. Now, yeah, there's a chance for these two to bed in.
Bowled, well played. Just going back to the start, though, we talked about the. We got distracted by Gardner's cover drive, didn't we? The amount of swing out there first up was extraordinary. It really was, and controlled swing at a good pace as well.
Yeah, they bowled really, really well, and that's where you've got to try and have an answer. But sometimes you just don't have an answer for those couple of those balls. You would have got out more often than not. So yeah, look, we joke about Jo Gardner's six hitting, but she's an incredibly talented batter, whatever the situation, and this is a great opportunity for Jo to play a slightly different role to what she may do in T20 matches such as that game at Northants last year. So yeah, I'd love to see her spend a lot of time out in the middle today, and it would be entertaining if she does.
Backed right up to that one, defended it well. It does look as though the swing's come out of it slightly at the moment for Glenn, perhaps not as big a swinger bowler, but equally the white balls generally do a bit at the top, don't they, and then settle down. Yeah,
well, you've got a new ball from each end, so you get a little bit longer in them than you might do if you use the same ball for the 50. But yeah, what we're in now, the 17th over, you're probably thinking that the lacquer's off it slightly.
Chipped, but checked as well, and the single taken, well run by Gardner, judged it well. I thought a buzzer's well backed up in the offside. Yeah, I think since it's moved to a new ball at either end, they've said 5 overs each end. You really think it's going to do a bit, 5-7 overs, which innings-wise takes you up to the maybe the 14th. What are we now? It's the 17th. Well run again. Good piece of fielding. They're at backward point, likewise, and single more to the total. 17 done. 42 for 4. Gardner 6. Grucock 11. Is it Turner there at backward point? I think it was. Suddenly looked down to check the number and then forgot the number. I think it was though. Good piece of fielding. 42 for 4. Batted first game of the season, of course. That went well.
Yeah, it did. But I suppose we've got to focus on the task at hand, haven't we? And that you've, partnerships were the key that day. Massively the key. We've put on, one around the 100 area and one in the 90s. So we've got to really knuckle down now, and we need a partnership in those regions to get us back in the game here. But look, two Northants girls out there. They both love a fight, and they'll be giving it as best they can.
One of Scotland's finest. With the ball in hand at the Hayes close end. It was an extraordinary second half of the innings as well, though, wasn't it? The explosion, the second half of the innings from Maddie Villiers in Maine. Top ball.
Yeah, and I think that's, if you can set yourself a platform, it allows you to go on and do that, doesn't it? So there's just many different ways to try and get yourself over the line in a cricket match, and we're going to probably have to do it a slightly different way today.
Just a fraction short. Well played by Grucock. Second time she's been on to the slightest dragging back of length. Able to get it away for a single. 43 for 4. Busy week this as well. Monday to Friday. It's like a proper job.
I know. 7 days a week.
Back over the wicket to Gardner. Stands up tall to that one, no run. 2 to come at the over. Friday morning at Radlett.
Yeah, down at Radlett. We played one game last year, played a T20 as part of a double header, so came out victorious that day, which hopefully will give the girls a bit of confidence and belief.
Oh, nearly gets through. Let's have a look at that one again. Did that beat the inside edge? If it did, it must have been mightily close. I think it did. Got through the gate, didn't it? Just missed. Off stump, bounced back off the keeper's gloves. Keeper with her back to us where we're sat. End of the over, 18 done, 43 for 4. Yeah, Friday game. Everybody else is on Saturday this week. Was that organisational, scheduling wise, finding grounds, finding?
A little bit of that. Like when you get the fixtures out, we actually asked Stars if we could switch our home and away fixture in the 50 over competition, because we would have been hosting 2 outground games in Middlesex on the same day in July. So they were fortunately able to host us in July, and therefore we had the choice of what day we could put it on, and it seemed fitting.
It's full, run away down to deep third for a single.
And it's nice to play during the week because you get a chance to then get some different groups of people in to watch. So Middlesex Cricket's participation team have done a lot of work. We've got half a dozen schools or so bringing their girls team down, and some other people. So it's nice to get different people watching, and you can't do that on a Saturday, unfortunately. So it's nice to do a weekday.
Oh, goes past the edge. Nice ball again. 44 for 4 here at Chelmsford. Short, mistimed. That was a disappointment for the last 2 dismissals, wasn't it, for Villiers and Hawley? 2 shots looking to score into the onside. I think eyes lit up on both. More so, perhaps for Hawley dragging that one to mid-wicket. Villiers clipping to mid-wicket as well. Shape away again on that one.
Yeah.
Both shots will be replaying in their mind as boundaries.
Yeah, I think both the shots probably showed how slightly slow the wicket is. In that they timed them well. Maddie timed hers brilliantly. It would have flown away.
Yeah.
It just went that little bit squarer than you probably thought it would have done. So I think it might have been the pace of the wicket, but no excuse. They'll both be disappointed that they're not able to go out there and put runs on the board for the team.
Up there again.
Yeah, Hawley started to show her class over the last couple of games. She got herself in on Saturday, and then probably got out to the worst ball of the innings, unfortunately. A nice juicy full toss that went straight up in the air. But yeah, she certainly started to show her class. And you mentioned the role that Maddie played at the Aegeus Bowl. She can accelerate quickly, and that's the way she plays.
Leg side wide. A bit too many on the extras count today. They've been extremely tight up. Been really impressed by Diamond's bowling. 45 for 4. I can only think that's the second wide of the innings so far.
I think there was a couple. There was actually 2 wides in a row before Cordelia's delivery that got her out, which made it all the more surprising that she was struggling for her line and length there, and then bowled the ball of the day.
You are absolutely right on that. Now you say it, you're absolutely right.
Used to call that one the hat-trick ball.
Yeah.
If you don't know where it's going, the batter hasn't got a hope.
Great into the over there for Gardner, just dropping short, Glenn, and Gardner punishing, much as Hawley had hoped to do on a shorter ball previously to Glenn. 49 for 4. That was sweetly struck and fully controlled by Gardner. You are absolutely right.
They're the only 2 that I remembered.
Yeah.
So
because they both held their line.
Don't ask me to remember other things.
But they both held their line. There was no swing at all. Both held their line outside the tracks, clearly outside the track, clearly wide. And then the next one was a booming in swinger. So you really had to feel for Griffith, having seen 2 just go gun barrel straight and wide. You know, they were both wides, but not out of control. They were both a couple of inches wide. Held their lines, and then the wicket ball came screaming back in.
Yeah. You've got a great view from up here as well, Kev. This is
best view I've had this season.
Yeah, they've done well when they picked the wicket for this match.
They have. They've done me a big favour.
Right in front of the commentary box up here.
Yeah, they've done me a big favour. I was delighted to see this. We don't always get it, which surprises people, but you're not always in line. Leg spin into the attack first time from Levick. Katie Levick. Still just checking those wides. 5 wides, in fact, now, so more than I thought. The 2, as you say, for the wicket. Shorten down the leg sides, and the umpire was about to signal wides. Let's put her hands down again.
Jodie got a little tickle on
I fancied heard a noise. We've come back for 3. What's the umpire thinking? Changed her mind.
Yeah, I think she's a little bit premature on that.
Yeah.
As the tickle happened as it went past.
Yeah. Pause for thought, always a good thing to do. Maybe she was just doing a bit of Pilates out there, stretching out the arms early morning.
That's how I feel. I did a bit of DIY yesterday, and I definitely am feeling it today.
In the back?
Oh, yeah, lower back, shoulders.
Ah.
Lovely day off that was.
That was the 50 up for Sunrise as well, wasn't it? 50 brought up in the 20th. Which area of the house? Was it kitchen, bathroom?
It was actually the back garden.
Ah.
Yeah, we've got a little courtyard out the back, so I tried to turn it into something we can use in the summer.
Just a single sweeper comes around at deep cover. Laying slabs?
No. I'm drilling a few holes. Stuck a few hanging basket hooks up. Now I need to buy the hanging baskets. I've done the hard work. I haven't done the pretty stuff yet.
Solid defence again from Grucock.
I did have a big fail though. I'm trying to get the hose to work. I had about a half-hour fight with the hose reel because there's a kink somewhere in it, and I still hadn't solved it. And by that point, I couldn't even stand up straight. My back was so sore. I was like, I'll come back to this one another day.
Oof. Oh, where's home for you?
Chorleywood.
Oh, it is around the corner, yeah.
Hertfordshire direction. So it's about an hour from here, but I don't mind a drive on a bank holiday Monday morning. That goes quite quickly.
Back-to-back Chelmsford games. Did any of the girls stay down?
Yeah, a few of them did. A few of them stayed. We've got a really great partner in niche service departments who help us out with some accommodation when we're here. They do some stuff with Essex County Cricket as well. So a few of the girls had a couple of apartments. I was hearing all about their culinary exploits earlier. First night was a home cooked stir fry. Then I think it was a Thai after the game on Saturday and a Turkish last night.
Nice.
So I'm quite impressed with
Have they brought the leftovers?
I haven't seen them, I'm afraid. But the eclectic choice of cuisine by these players.
Day off in between, I assume.
Yeah. Well, actually, they did have a chance to have some optional training yesterday, of which I think a good number of the squad, 10 or 11, came along to hit some balls. Seamers obviously wouldn't have bowled with 2 games in 3 days, but the couple of the spinners came in, had a bit of a bowl.
Oh, short. Gardner will feel she's missed out there. Too short, really. It was a real long hop from Glenn that, and it didn't get up. It didn't sit up for Gardner, who was dragging at it in the end. Just died slightly. She goes again, Glenn. Down the leg side. That'll be a wide. They'll run a couple here. That's clipped nicely. I've got 2. Thinking of the 3rd. Gardner says yes. It's good running. Sunrise is 58 for 4. Grucock moves to 19. DIY again for you today. You didn't know it, but it is.
Yeah,
trying to get the screen to work.
This is going to be about as successful as my hose reel, though, trying to get the screen to work. Hopefully someone's listening to us and the SOS has been sent out that we failed on the technology.
You've done better than me though. Sat there for the entire morning trying to reuse the remote control and realised it's the wrong remote control. It's with the TV up above. But yeah.
It was working Saturday.
Uh-huh.
I spent a few minutes up here with Guy.
So to come with the over. I was looking forward to that one, Guy. I spoke to him on Friday night to make sure all was okay.
Yeah, you get a random special guest in the second innings. I decided I was going to be superstitious and stay where I was for the game, and Mick Newell was down here with the Blaze.
Oh, amazing!
So I think he popped in and had a chat with him.
Amazing.
Not often the away team's director of cricket of the host county decides to pop in and sit on your live stream.
Yeah. Gus was keeping a close eye on the Middlesex stream with me on Saturday for how the game was going here. Did ask him if he was coming down today. Oh, that's down the leg side. Big wide down the leg side. I put the jinx on them here by saying
And,
no wides.
If you'd also like to talk about how they could bowl 2 lengths and all over the place, that would be handy to get things going.
Northern Diamonds. 63 for 4. One's come of the over. Expensive over this. Ten off it so far. That's a lovely shot. Long on back, just be a single. 11 off the over, 64 for 4. That helps. Levick to continue. Just 4 off her opening over. Born in Sheffield. 32 in July. Katie Levick picked up 4 for 36 in the opening day against Storm. Number 21 against Worcester on Saturday. With the Northern Superchargers as well. Nicely driven, but mid-off coming around.
Yeah, Levick's been a phenomenal cricketer for Yorkshire, and associated teams up there. I think she's just taken her 300th career wicket, which is a phenomenal achievement. Especially considering the amount of cricket that historically female counties have played. So I think that's an amazing achievement to have got that.
Just reverberate up the pass. I think it might have done. Gardner walked away, wringing out her hands. Might have just jarred up the bat. Another big milestone at the weekend as well. Tim Mercer, 1,000
I know.
wickets for Middlesex. Quite extraordinary. He didn't know it either, but it was his 10th at the same time, so he said he was focused on the 10th, and then only afterwards realised it was the 1000th as well. Made no for Levick, none for 4 from 2.
Yeah, we sat there Thursday morning at Lord's, didn't we, having a bit of a chat. So it feels like Groundhog Day. It's almost the same setting here in Chelmsford on Bank Holiday Monday. Yeah, watching Tim take his first wicket of the match.
Yes.
He picked up the first one, didn't he? So it set him on.
So that was
set him on course for his. So that would be his 9,990th if he got 10 in the game, and that got him to that, I guess. So, but he's we said the other day, look, he's a phenomenal cricketer, isn't he? He's still going at the age of 41ish. But we won't shout too loudly about it. But he. Yeah, to come back into the team after a couple of games where he hasn't been in it and to pick up 10 wickets, such quality.
South African spin into the attack. Oh, drop short first ball as well. Just a single for Grewcock, moves to 19. Board in Kingsway, Durban. Trying. And part of London Spirit as well in the 100. 97 ODIs, 88 T20 internationals. Just turned 29 in January. Played on that side against England. Well run single.
It's really good positive running and just what you need. Well, it's hard to score boundaries. We saw that the other day when we were here. It's a slowish wicket. If you're bowling well, it is hard to get it through. So actually, if we can keep the scoreboard ticking with those singles being really positive.
Never on this occasion. Against Australia, I meant, sorry, in February. Picked up 1 for 15 from 2 overs. 25 with the bat. This was clipped away out to deep mid wicket for a single. Grewcock moves to 21. Australia winning by 19 runs. They've been posted 156 for 6. South Africa's women 137 for 6. All out. First time South African side have made a major final, men's or women's team.
Yeah, and it's brilliant when you can do it in your home country. That we saw what it was like over here in 2017, and the way people get behind you who maybe not realised the sort of the brand of cricket and the way you were playing before.
Up in the air, but safe. Good tumbling stop. Oh, flicked from one to other on the boundary rope, but flicked past. They're going to take 3. Probably would have been 2 anyway. So in saving the boundary first and foremost, it was the flick back in. Fraser getting the throw. The throw was thrown back past Fraser as it was scooped up on the boundary rope. But 70 for 4. That's the end of the 23rd. Gardner 16, Grewcock 21.
Yeah, home World Cups are a fantastic opportunity for the country and the nation to start to showcase what their women's teams can do, and South Africa definitely did that when they had the opportunity in the winter. It was brilliant to see them get to the final. They've had a really exciting team for a long time now. And you only have to look at the number of South African players that do attract interest from overseas franchises and teams. We had Nadine de Klerk here on Saturday playing for the Blaze.
Quick single. Throw to the non-striker's end. Direct hit, but Gardner's home moves to 17. 71 for 4.
Yeah, and we've got Dano van Neerkerk joining us for the next stage of the season, come the T20 competition. So there's a lot of interest in those players because they're quality cricketers and they come with a lot of experience. Like you said, look, Chloe Tryon hasn't even turned 30, but she's played 100 plus matches for her country. That kind of experience you just don't have in domestic cricket over here at the moment. As we're coming in, this is our 4th season.
Ball. I was just looking back on that piece of fielding by Callis on the boundary rope there, flicked it back to Fraser, but flicking it past her, scrubbing back on the stream to see it. Short down the leg sides, put away, long chase here, which will not be one. On the boundary, Grewcock moves to 25, 75 for 4. Nice shot. Nicely put away by Grewcock. 50 balls faced now for her 25. Came together with the score on 32 for 4 in the 13th. give up the scoring rate, certainly in that time, which is generally what partnerships do, as you were saying at the start. Oh, that one skids past the late cut. Ended 24th, 75 for 4. Yeah, that's what you were saying at the start, Danny, about the partnerships in that opening game down at the Aegeus.
Yeah, we overcomplicate cricket, don't we, at times? But the simple thing is that if you build partnerships, you're more likely to be able to put the big match-winning scores on the board, because you mentioned the role that Maddie managed to play with the bat. Like, I think Eva Gray as well was fantastic. She scored 25 or 14, coming in at number 7 or 8, and like, to have that platform, if you don't have those partnerships before you, it's really difficult to do. Probably the unsung hero that day was Jodie Grucock, who's out there now at 18 years of age, to have the composure when early wickets fall to come in at number 3.
Just missed out on that one slightly. Threw it too early. Dragged it to extra cover. Armitage there again, just over the protective matting. Essex back in action here on Thursday. It's Surrey in the County Championship. Oh, nearly through on that one. Just tucked up by it slightly, Gardner. That's nicely played, just a single. Sweeper in the deep, out at cover. Just looking back at the ball before, nearly tucked up, Gardner. Yeah, over 25 gone, halfway stage here, 76 for 4. Yeah, just skidded on. Nearly got herself into an uncomfortable position. She keeps the strike though, Gardner. She has 18, Grucock has 25, 76 for 4. Danny Warren alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic for this one. And, well, as the sun comes out again, it just looks a little bit better for the Sunrisers out there.
What have they now got? 43 partnership, I think 44 partnership. As you just said, they came together on 32. So, yeah, they're starting to build. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done here, and sometimes you don't see the gritty bit of the game, do you? But like as I said earlier, look, Jodie Grucock batted for the majority of the match at the Aegeus Bowl. I think she put 69 on the board in the end, but she was able to hold it together in 2 partnerships, one with Scrivens and one with Villiers, that set the platform. And like, yeah, without trying to talk her out, like, a very impressive young cricketer. She's not fazed by anything. She's 18 years old. She's I'm trying to, she would have played 2 games at the end of last season. Since her 5th game at this level, and she's looks like she was born to be out there.
Amara Carr in next. It was Carr who shared that partnership. I was talking about Gardner's innings at Northampton last year. Carr shared the partnership where they nearly turned the game at the end, didn't they? Powerful and productive partnership, not quite enough, but that'll be the thought process, won't it? Settle in for a partnership and take it deep into this innings and set a charge at the end. Yeah,
look, partnerships are the key, and that's what they're talking about. Like, if you can build a 44-run partnership into a 70, 80, 90, 100-run partnership, then things look very different. But it's one ball at a time. It's you can't get to that partnership without doing it one run at a time, and that'll be the conversation out there. Like I say, you couldn't ask for a better person to be in the middle with Jodie than Jo Gardner. She'll take the fight to you. She's determined, and say, like, does want to show people that she's a little bit more of a cricketer than someone who whacks the ball hard, because she most definitely is.
Let's have a quick look at the scores elsewhere while they're taking on drinks here at Chelmsford. Central Sparks and Southern Vipers, they had a slightly delayed start. 62 for 3 is the latest, as Perrin has just gone for a duck, bowled Elwis. Freeborn still there on 21. Jones at the top had 34. Brewer going for a duck as well. Campbell now out in the middle also, so 62 for 3 it is in the 21st. Game being played at Wormsley. And it was Vipers that won the toss and elected to field. Further inspection at 1:30 at Welbeck Colliery, the Blaze against Thunder. So a frustrating delay there. And at Bristol, South East Stars won the toss, elected to bat 113 for 4. They'd lost Chatley and Capsey both for ducks to Gibson and Filer. Smith made 50, coming in at 3, holding things together for the Stars. But Prendergast with the catch, Skelton the wicket, and Smith gone for 50. Davidson Richards was also out early to Gibson, caught Wilson for 6. That was 17 for 3 in the 7th, 74 for 4 with the loss of Smith in the 17th. 26 overs gone now at Bristol, and South East Stars are 113 for 4. Spence 21 and Schofield has 19. Lizzie Scott, change of ends from the river end on the Hayes close end, bowled 5, 1 for 15 earlier. Oof, goes straight past the edge of Gardner's bat. A little bit quicker, a little bit skiddier. Scott, let's push that through at good pace.
That was my initial thought when you see it from this angle. It does come through to you quite quickly.
Clipped in the air, just short. Deep square coming up. It was Glenn. Just short.
Yeah, Scott's now got the advantage of coming down the hill. It's one of those grounds where you really don't think there's a slope until you're out there, and you go out there and you start running up and down it. You realise there's a slope, but from the sidelines, it doesn't look like there is one.
This is run fine. Deep third is there, just a single for Grewcock, moves to 26. Do you know, as you mentioned earlier, we're in the perfect position here. We're right in line with the track. I don't think I've ever noticed it as much as today. Maybe I haven't done a game right in line before, but I did kind of look up from, you know, the scorecard a moment ago and looked up at the middle and kind of thought, what have I done? Have I gone in my chair or something? Has the chair's leg gone? It just... The slope was really, really noticeable. That single taken out to deep square. Gardner, who is now into the 20s. 79 for 4.
Yeah, the square's at a bit of an angle from where you sat here, isn't it? So with the uniqueness of the ground and how every building and every stand is slightly different, it almost goes at a slightly sort of off angle to us here.
This ball's pushed back up the track by Grewcock, and no run. That would have helped the Scrivens dismissal, actually, wouldn't it, around the wicket when she was bowled.
Yeah.
The movement back off the surface as well. This ball's dead fine. Just a single to the deep third again. Grewcock moves to 27. Second time in the over she's managed to find that angle for the run. 80 for 4 after 26. Sun coming through again. Yeah, it was the booming in-swinger to pick up Griffith from Woolston, but then around the wicket to Scrivens. She got one to come back into the left-hander as well. I'll say off the surface, I fancy it just did a bit to beat the inside edge. Big swing early on for the Northern Diamonds. Sunrisers are looking to swing it back in their favour here with this partnership. .46 it's worth at the moment for the 5th wicket. 27 on strike. Oh, that's a beaut. That was lovely bowling, wasn't it? Just floated that one past the edge. Woolstein who picked up the first two. And Villiers was caught Fraser off the bowling of Scott for a duck. Oh, it's in the air, but safe. Fine of Armitage at mid-wicket. Single it is. Grewcock moves to 28, 82 for 4. Nice flight on that again, just starting 2 straight. Gardner was watchful, wary. Anything that might have gripped on that ball. A little straighter on that one. Gardner just pushes to mid-wicket, no run. High fives all round. And Scott prevents even a single. End of the 27th, 81 for 4. Grewcock to have strike. What track did you play on Saturday?
Same one.
It is the same track.
Yeah, same one. It was new one on Saturday, so they've resurrected it for this. Yeah, I think it's a better track than we made it look the other day. There's definitely something in it for both. If bowlers get it slightly wrong, certainly with the short boundary over towards the pavilion side, there's something in it there. But if you bowl in good areas, it is difficult to score. I'm going to guess that's the 50 partnership from the rippling of applause around the ground.
87 balls, 49 minutes. 22 of them for Grewcock, and 20 for Gardner. 82 for 4. 32 for 4. The full after last wicket. And Hawley was called Armitage off Glenn for 8. Just a single out to deep square. Fall back, deep square, deep point, deep third, long leg. For Grewcock, the left-hander, there'll be no deep point. So just 3 back, or they're going to set back the deep mid-wicket? No, it will just be 3 back. Mid-wicket will stay inside the circle.
It's the long and short boundaries that play with you in your field setting here.
Short, cuts, doesn't get it past the point. Would have been close to being a wide, that actually. But Grewcock perhaps eyeing up the fact that the field were up. She could have got it fine off the cover point, then just maybe. But Glenn was sharp, even across the protective mat, which can always play havoc as well, can't it? Steered for a single. 83 for 4. Callis out there doing the fielding. Right on the spot again from Scott. End of the over. 7 done for Scott. 1 for 22. 84 for 4. Gardner 21, Grucock 30. 28 done. 22 remain of this innings. These two settling it down now. 4 sunrisers. First particularly grey cloud of the day has just settled overhead. In fact, there's a couple of them.
Yes. Imposing, that cloud, isn't it?
Yeah. There is the threat of a shower, isn't there?
It's moving quickly. We'll go with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, I was about to say it doesn't look the largest. It is threatening as it looks, but then I can't quite see the tail of it over our head, so. Molly Armitage up to do the fielding. She'll be very happy with the start that the Northern Diamonds made today. Keen to break this partnership.
The giveaway is always the ground staff.
I'm thinking you've got bad news for me
when
then.
There's a cloud around. No, I haven't seen them get out yet.
Oh, good.
They're not standing by the covers, so
good.
they're normally the giveaway, aren't they? If you see ground scarf
Yeah.
scrambling to get to the covers, you know you're in for it.
That is good news. Ouch. Push back hard by Grucock. Stinging the fingers. Long on dropping back. So too deep mid wicket, deep square. Dropping a fraction short with that though, and single stids the short fine leg. What's come of the 29th, 85 for 4. Back goes that leg side field with the short boundary as Danny was describing. There's a deep square, deep mid wicket and a long on. Deep cover back as well on the offside. Oh, short. I thought for a moment it didn't quite get up. Well, it certainly didn't get up on Gardner that one, but I thought she was going to drag that uncomfortably, but controlled in the end. Just the single. And end of the 29th. 86 for 4. That final column, the 4 column, is the problem for Sunrisers. Just have to be careful about acceleration here, don't they? Although we're thinking about doubling the score from here roughly. Timing of that needs to be pretty well judged.
Yeah, I think they'll be playing every ball as it comes at the moment. The key is to keep building the partnerships and keep giving themselves a chance to be in the game. Look, you want to get to 200 at very least. If we can give ourselves a platform and a couple of the girls that can hit at the ends or around them, we've got a chance. So, but it's every ball as it comes, and these guys will know that. They'll want to work around and build this partnership further.
Fraser's back on. Oh, full bunger, and very nearly a bad ball, broad a wicket again. I thought Gardner was going to put that down the throat of mid-on, but just managed to get it wide enough to pick up a couple. Hard in mouth for a moment.
Yeah. It's the kind of shot that we get so used to Joe Gardner dispatching. They've got Fraser on with the long boundaries to the leg side to the right hander, which is a smart move given her hard hitting ability.
This ball's just full of length and pushed to cover. 88 for 4. Being distracted down below, sorry. There's mischief. A foot. Oh, it's a lovely shot down the ground. Beautiful from Gardner. She's on to 28. Sunrisers 92 for 4.
We can stop talking about her cover drive now. We can talk about that one instead.
Super shot, wasn't it?
That one found the middle of the bat. The one first ball of the over, she definitely missed the middle, which is an unusual sight.
It's chopped fine of the backward point. They're going to take 2. Gardner is on to 30. 94 for 4. I'm going to scrub back on the stream and have a look at the drive down the ground. It's a great use of the feet, wasn't it? Weights on this one. Single to deep backward square. 95 for 4. Gardner moves level with Grucock. Her strike rate's 52.5. Grucock 46.5. As I say, it's a fine balance, isn't it? The attacking prowess here for Sunrisers, which Gardner clearly has. Carr to come as well. They'll want to push on right now, but they'll be wary of that last column, which has 4 wickets in it already.
But they know there's a long way to go in this game. We've got 20 overs still. It's 120 balls, isn't it? So there's a long way to go.
Replay at the end of the over of the drive down the ground for 4. Gorgeous shot. Single out to the deep points. Thinking 2. Ran the first hard. Gardner overtakes Grucock for the first time onto 32. Sunrisers closing on 3 figures. Having won the toss here at Chelmsford. The scoreboard looks a lot healthier right now. Short again. Just a single deep square setback. Two back for Grucock. For Gardner, 4 back. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on. Deep cover. Oh, slight misfield, yes, no. Don't run the misfield. Just running over the top of it. It's back on points. Woolston. Oh, bowled! Down the track came Gardner, looking to be positive. Well, whether it was dragged short, seeing her coming, it's a fine piece of bowling. Felt a little quicker as well. Gardner has to go for 32. Trying with the wicket. The 5th wicket falls just shy of the 100 on the board. A brilliant partnership between Gardner and Grucock, which was worth 55. 65 indeed, but it needs a little bit more from Sunrisers. 31st over of the innings, having won the toss, and Northern Diamonds making a great start. That's a big breakthrough for them, just as Gardner was looking to move that scoring rate on. .97 for 5.
Yeah, it's a shame. There was a lot of good things building in that partnership, and probably just one attacking shot too many at a time when they didn't necessarily need it. But as you say, we've got Amara Carr coming in now, who has scored plenty of runs for us, and is a very industrious cricketer. Things happen when she's out in the middle, so today is hopefully her day.
97 for 5. Big change up a field now from Armitage with the wicket falling. So deep backward square and deep cover, the 2 back, and deep mid wicket. And a slip in place, that one slipping down the leg side. Carr turned 29 in April. Bags of experience for London Spirit as well. Oh, quick single, throws to the non-striker's end, cast through.
Yeah, she remains our highest competitive scorer with the most annoying number next to her name. She was out for 99 against Stars in the first year 2020 at Beckenham. So she, yeah, whilst I'm sure she's pleased she's got that record, we'd love to see a few people go past her. Love to see her go past herself as well.
98 for 5. So Carr has 1. We'll keep the strike. Grucock 32. And Gardner bowls in that over after a fine partnership with Grucock, which came together with Sunrisers under a lot of pressure at 32 for 4. Gardner was bowled for 32, 62 minutes. 62 deliveries, 60 minutes and 2 fours. Lizzie Scott back on at the Hayes close end. Short first up, gets away with it. Wide as well, but Carr picks out backward points. 1 for 22 from 7 from Scott. I mean, started up at the River end. Second spell, 2 overs from the Hayes close end. Just the wicket of Maddie Villiers so far. Shorts, and had to be close to being wide, that one. Very close. Benefit of the doubt from the umpire. Bit of shape back in on that one. Tucks up Carr. Played for a Spirit against Brave in the 100 at Southampton last year, but injured in that game, frustratingly. All the build-up, all the preparation, all the experience bagged in the run-up to that, but then getting the chance, picking up the injury. So I had to wait until this season to resume.
Yeah, she's been really unfortunate with injuries then in August in the 100, so it's been tough for her. She picked up a finger injury in one of them and a thumb injury in the other, and not hit the back end of her season.
Eased away. Single down to deep third. Yes, the first time I met her was, I think, at Wantage Road. Thumb injury at that point.
Yes, she spent a day on comms with you, didn't she? That for that T20. That would have been the 2021 season when
it was.
Yeah, picked up in the 100, which looks so unfortunate. She's a talented cricketer, and you want to be able to perform on those stages, and it's not quite worked out for her.
Full straight, well bowled. Grucock, seen it big enough, drives it back. It was given the chance though, that one by Scott, right up there. End of her 8th, 1 for 23. Sunrisers 99 for 5 after 32. I was worried for a moment as that went up there, Yorker length from Scott. Grucock equal to it. Trying in a 6th over now, 1 for 13. Be a single. That's the deep cover. That's the 100 up for Sunrisers in the 33rd. A little bit of flight. Watchful from Grucock. Single more. They've run it fast. They're thinking 2, but it'll just be the 1 in it. and 1 for 5. It's just tallying up 6 appearances last season for Amara Carr with those injuries. Real frustration. A strong start to the season when it did get going on June 1st. 37 unbeaten at Northampton against Sparks. That was that partnership with Joe Gardner. And back-to-back games at Guildford, 31 and 35. Drifting down, left arm around to the right-hander. Had to do a lot off the surface, really, to trouble leg stump that one. Not out. A very quick call from umpire White. Yeah, back-to-back games, weren't they? At Guildford in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy, and then the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Swept hard and swept for 4. Carr's first boundary moves to 7. 105 for 5. Nicely put away. Straight to Armitage on this occasion, no run. Yeah, had to be careful with the full bunger. Again, bad balls take wickets, don't they? But not on that occasion. 33 overs bowled, 17 to go. 105 for 5. Carr on 7. Grewcock will have strike on 33. Slight rebuild for Sunrisers again. Of course, still batting to come. Skipper's very capable, Kelly Castle, isn't she? And,
yeah, I think we've got Eva Gray and Kelly Castle coming, and anyone who was here Saturday would have seen the 30 odd put on by our last wicket pair. So that there's the fight between Kopak and Maqsood for number 11. Even I don't know who's going to walk out at 10 today.
It's dabbed away into the onside.
It'll be the same conversation still. It's about building this partnership and giving us a platform to take the game as deep as we can, because we know our bowling attack is capable of defending a score. We got very close to doing that on Saturday against the Blaze, so it will all be about every ball.
Yeah, 4 for Gray on Saturday before she was stumped. Bryce bowled Bryce. Castle caught Bryce, bowled Gordon for naught. Kopak not out on 6. And Maqsood 14 from 18 deliveries. 3 fours. Short but tucked up. Throw to the non-striker's end and buzzers. Just a single.
One of Maqsood's boundaries on Saturday was voted by Cordelia Griffith as shot of the day, as she whipped one off her pads over mid-wicket.
Wow.
So, yeah, the number 11 came good.
Wow. And that off the 5 for in the first game.
Yeah.
Did I tell you I was... it was the opposite of the commentator's curse when I was talking her up at the start of that innings, then or start of her spell, I should say. This is short, just short of trying a mid-wicket. Carr, for a moment, would have been worried that she'd pulled it straight to the fielder. Yeah, she'd just come on to bowl down at the Aegeus. It's a really good leg spinner, really impressive. 5 wickets later. Yeah. Told you so. Run away. Right up there. And they will take just the single. 107 for 5 as Carr moves to 8. Long way forward and right over the top of that one. Swap bowls again. They've barely left the spot today, have they? I know I talked them up too much on their wides, as they'd had 4 wides by that point, but they really have relentlessly hit the top of off stump. 107 for 5, 34 gone Carr has 8, Grucock has 34, so have a quick check in on those scores elsewhere. Central Sparks are 92 for 3 in the 26th against Southern Vipers. Jones and Freeborn with a decent partnership for the second wicket, 50. They were 0 for 1 with the loss of Brewer, 56 for 2, but then 56 for 3 when Perrin was gone for a duck as well, but Campbell's still there on 18. Freeborn on to 34 now, 93 for 3. Having been put in by the Vipers at Wormsley. Right on the spot, start the new over. Inspection at 1:30, as we know, the Blaze and Thunder at Welbeck Colliery. Thinking 2, but just the single. Car's on to 9. And South East Stars are 147 for 5 in the 35th against Western Storm. That being played at Bristol. Sharply taken single, throw to the non-striker's end, well backed up. 2 in position. Fraser there, making sure nothing more gets through. Spence has just gone. 50 for Smith, was holding it together at the top. Spence 29. Schofield still there on 43. Franklin joining her now on 5.
Schofield's been in great form this year. A ton on the first game of the season, didn't she? So having moved from Vipers.
52 for 5 there now at the end of the 35th. On 10 for 5 here in the 35th. That gets through. Chase to the short boundary. Turner will flick it back in. Callis backing up with the run. Gets the throw in. They've taken... They get 3, yes.
Yeah, 3.
It's good running. Short boundary.
I think Grucock felt she deserved 4, so she was always going to get 3 and come back down the hill and send
Carr's sharp.
Send her slightly more experienced partner up the hill. But, yeah, they're both great runners between the wickets. So we'll be looking to turn as many 2s into 3s as they can.
Single more.
So that said, I'm not sure Amara Khan wanted to run back up the hill for 2 there, so she took a very, very quick jog down to the bottom end and stayed there.
114 for 5. Right, back in at Sunrisers. It's just a couple of overs. When you look at those scores around the ground there, that 152 for 5 off 35 for South East Stars. It really is. It's just another partnership, isn't it? Gets going. Another couple of overs tee off.
Yeah, that's the key. We've got 14 to go, haven't we? 15 to go here. So look, there's so much cricket still to be played in this innings. If these guys can keep going and build a platform for the rest.
Scott's final over. Right onto the spot once more. 1 for 25 from 9. Holstein still has 3 up her sleeve. Double check I'm correct on that. I know she has 4. 2 for 10 off her 6 so far. That swinging ball at the top. It's a little bit of shape on that one. It nips back into Carr. But yeah, so much damage done right at the top with a huge amount of movement. Scriven's gone for 11, Griffith gone for 1. Those are the 2 wickets, both bowled by Woolston. And Villiers following pretty quickly, caught Fraser, bowled Scott. Nice looking shot by Carr, just the single on the on drive. Throwing down the stump, she had to get the dive out and she was comfortably home. Even from here we could see, unless the dive was a long way short,
well,
even from here we could see. She took
the long route as well because she decided she had to go round the bowler as opposed to through the bowler there, so she's comfortably home and a bit.
15 for 5. She's all action with the bat, isn't she? Amara Carr.
I love watching Amara Carr bat. So I won't lie, I love watching all of our girls bat, but she's busy. She's hopefully she won't take offence to.
That's run nicely, using the pace. Grucock just a single, deep third set back.
Yeah, I'm sure she won't take offence to me saying that she's probably a bit of an old-fashioned batter. She's an old-fashioned, busy one-day cricketer. You put her and someone like Joe Gardner together, hence that partnership last year at Northants. Like, they just complement each other brilliantly. It's so hard to defend a field when Amara's out there.
Oh, it goes past the edge. Reminds me a little of someone like Neil Fairbrother. Managed to work the field so well and so busy.
Yeah, she hits areas that that not many players do now, and the modern game's obviously evolved. We hit the ball harder, we hit the ball straighter, but there's obviously 360 degrees out there, and Amara uses them.
Oh, looks to run that one. Is there an edge? There is. Carr's gone. Gone for 12, 116 for 5, 116 for 6 indeed now, with the wicket at the end of the 36th. And Scott, the last ball of her day, ends up with 2 for 27 from 10. Big wicket. Carr was just starting to look as though she was ready to go through the gears. Winfield Hill holds on, and well, on the effects mic, I think we both fancy you probably heard that there was that little noise, that little tickle through to the keeper. Northern Diamonds thought they had her, they did. Carr's gone. A useful 12. But Sunrisers 116 for 6, still relying heavily now on Grucock. As Gray will come out. Have to start up another partnership.
Yeah, I think I should probably go as well after talking Amara Carr up to only see that be the end. The commentators curse strikes. So, yeah, same conversation. Build a partnership. Use the time that we've got left. Eva Gray's a very good batter, very capable batter. Hits the ball hard, but has a lot of technique as well. So she'll be relishing the opportunity. She had a similar situation on Saturday where she felt she could have played it differently and taken the game a bit deeper. So I'm sure she's looking to stay out there as long as she can with Jodie.
Taking Sunrisers out of the situation, 116 for 6, 14 overs remaining. One set batter on 39. Gray comes in. Is it bat out the overs here? As you say, it goes a long way down to Maqsood, or is it a case of no, you need to push on and get the runs, get that run rate up?
I think you'd be looking at it and saying, look, we've got 14 overs to go. Like, you get 5 and over off those, you're tipping on 200. If you get 6 and over, you're over 200. So you don't have to play a huge amount of risky cricket. Now, the challenge you've got is that you've obviously got to build a partnership and give yourself a platform in order to be able to get 6 and over.
Casey Levick back into the attack. Top ball to start up.
Yeah. There aren't a lot of 4s out there. Certainly against quality bowlers like Diamonds have got here.
Single there. No. Thought she got more of it than she had. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, and we found on Saturday that the slower bowlers, because it's a slightly slower pitch, it is hard to score singles. So you find yourself wanting to tick the scoring rate along, and you're taking risks that you might not normally take. So they've got a bit of a challenge, but like, these girls will work it out. They've got a problem to solve out there, and I'm sure they'll be doing everything they can to solve it.
Open face on that. That's beautifully played. Grucock will get at least a couple here. On to 41. Holding this innings together for Sunrisers. 118 for 6. The Diamonds have bowled really well, as we said from the off. That swing, and it was controlled swing as well. Sometimes when it swings that big, it can be quite difficult to control. Oh, floats that one past the edge.
We saw it yesterday in our innings that Kate Koppak and Eva Gray were almost unplayable for 10 overs. So like, we know that that's going to come for us, and that we've got 2 quality operators with the new ball later on.
Lots of flight, wristily worked around the corner to the short fine leg, dot ball. But they've defended that boundary really well, haven't they? They've bowled well from the off. They've controlled that swing well, and they've defended the boundary well. As you said, there haven't been many boundaries out there today. That's why the short boundary down the slope. Similarly at Lords is always a big thing, isn't it, when you're one side of the square or the other. End of the 37th, 118 for 6. Grounds, Sunrisers will be gracing in a few weeks' time. A double header at Lords, which big moment for Sunrisers at Lords.
Yeah, I think it's a great indication of how far the women's domestic game is coming, because yeah, you want to be playing on the best grounds and you want to be playing in front of the best audiences, best crowds. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity. We've been fortunate enough, both as Sunrisers and Middlesex, to play at Lords a few times. They haven't been competitive fixtures, but they've been fixtures that make you realise how special a place like Lords is, the history behind it, but also the prestige that it brings and the quality that you get facilities wise. So yeah, look, the girls are all looking forward to it, but we've got a job to do before that, before we get to the 20 over competition. We've got the rest of this game and two more 50 overs to focus on.
Big in swing for Woolston. She returns to the attack. 118, 119 now for 6. Great, off the mark. First ball. Not easy to face your first ball from Woolston, who's bowled so well. Watch that movement that she gets out there, what's left of it with this older ball. Nice line. Straight away to Grucock as well.
We were talking about how hard it's been to find boundaries. There's only been 6 in this innings. Just had a quick count up, and that kind of just goes to show how difficult it is. I think it was wet here overnight. I do come from an hour away, but a couple of locals said it was wet, and it feels a bit like the outfield's not giving you as much as you'd want as a batter.
Short, put away. Big chase for Fraser. Good tumbling stop. Probably a good example there. That one didn't skid away down the slope. It looked off the bat as though Fraser had her work cut out. Take nothing away from the fielder. She's done a great job to restrict them to a couple. Yeah,
it does feel like the outfield's quite slow, but given overnight rain means there probably hasn't been much opportunity. I doubt it's been cut since Friday before our previous game, and therefore it's not hugely drying weather out there at the moment.
Goes past the edge, beautifully bowled. Short.
That one's going to go. There's no way we're catching that one.
Beautiful.
And that number 7.
On to 47. Grucock, 125 for 6. Well, all of a sudden, Woolston's conceded, what, 7 in the over, having conceded 10 off her first 6. Funny old game.
Yeah, it's also something we saw the other day with our second innings, is that obviously Kate Koppak and Eva Gray bowled brilliantly with the new ball. When they came back on, the threat was different. Obviously the match situation was slightly different as well, but that older ball that doesn't do quite as much, it presents a new challenge for bowlers.
Oh, edged. I think it was edged, or did it come out of the gloves? We'll find out from the umpire in a moment. It doesn't look as though umpire Ibbotson wants to signal anything, so it is a run. Grucock moves to 48, 126 for 6 it is, end of the 38th, 12 to go. Well, 4 and over from here. Another 48 to get Sunrisers up to 174, but they want a big couple of overs at the end as well to try and push up towards that 200.
I said before, it's about you've got to give yourself that platform so you can forgive a few dry overs now if you've still got a chance to go for it at the end.
Oh, down the leg side. Got a little tickle on it.
Do you think there's a tickle on there? Because the 50's off if there's a tickle.
Umpire.
He hasn't put his hand out.
It's the 50
it's the
up.
50.
Well batted. Grewcock moves to 50 from
I'm not sure
91
anyone in
deliveries.
The ground realised it, to be honest. I'm not sure even Jodie thought she'd got a tickle on it by her reaction. But look,
thanks, umps.
You get so used to umpires in the DRS age where they don't tell you that that it's hit the pad, do they? So they've got to not indicate whether it's bat or pad first, and therefore you kind of you just wait a bit longer.
Does that pitch outside the line of leg? I think it does. Not out.
I would agree with you. We've seen positive moments followed by nervous moments a few times today.
It's close. That one goes past the edge and it takes the edge. Slides one on. Grewcock's gone for 50, 128 for 7. Really good bowling from Levick in amongst the wickets now. I've seen that attempted dab fine from Grewcock on a couple of occasions. On this occasion, nicks off. Just angled across. And brilliant innings from Grewcock, 50. From 93 balls, 2 fours, 126 minutes. And, well, has very much held the innings together. But it's over to the rest now. The skipper will come out now, Kelly Castle, to join Eva Gray. And these two need to build a partnership from scratch. Gray 1 from 1. 11.3 overs to go. Just buy them a little bit of time here against Woolston. Levick bowling well as well. She's only going at 2.9. Big LBW appeal, just the ball before from Levick to Grewcock. Let's have a look at the replay of the LBW once more. It's tight. Umpire going that it pitched outside the line of leg. 128 for 7. Kelly Castle backs up to that one first ball, takes it back with a square on the leg side. She got a single to get off the mark. They were excited about that. Took it from a very straight line.
You said they've got time, so this is probably what they really need now, is just to give themselves a chance to get in. Both of which know they can score runs, so.
That's going to be close. It's gone. Beats the inside edge. Gray's gone for 1. 129 for 8. And Levick has got on a piece of string in this over. She's been a threat with virtually every single delivery. 2 off the first ball, but since that, big LBW appeal. Second ball, wicket third. Single by Castle, her first ball, but Gray goes, and Levick's really on top of Sunrisers here at the moment. This is a brilliant, brilliant over.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think she just changed ends. She bowled her first spell from the far end, so yeah, obviously the slope has helped her a little bit here to be able to drift that ball in and then turn it away from the right-hander. But yeah, disappointing end again for Eva Gray. She'll feel like she's probably in between two things there.
So Kate Kopak comes out at number 10. Castle's faced just the one delivery. And Sunrisers, well, since the loss of Joe Gardner, they were 97 for 4 to 129 for 8. That Gardner dismissal was a big one. Carr and Grucock were just getting it together again. A little bit of experience out there. Kopac's 28 now. Castle 25. Just need to steer this one deeper into the innings, deeper into this match. 11 to go, 39 bowled. Sunrisers 129 for 8. And Levick 2 for 14 from 5. Big over, possibly for the match. Picking up Grucock for 50. Caught behind, and Gray LBW for 1.
Change of bowling at the Hayes first end,
Chloe Tryon back on at the Hayes close end, so out of the attack once more. Comes Woolston.
I would say from a Diamonds perspective it's a very smart move. When you get the tail end in, taking the pace away from them makes their life a little bit harder. It's never dull when Kate Kopac's batting.
Punched out to deep cover for a single. 130 for 8. Castle takes guard, managed a unbeaten 40 at the start of last summer at Taunton in the T20. It's a major contribution with the bat last year. Works that one well. Bristoley working it backward a square on the leg side for a single. Slip in place as Diamonds look to try force their way through, keep on top here at the end of the innings. Well taken single. 32 for 8. Ball. To come with the 40th. Solid defence to end. 40 done here at Chelmsford. And 132 for 8. Sunrisers having won the toss. Tough start with a swinging ball. Came back well with the bat, but Levick about to bowl her 6th over, 2 for 14, 1 maiden. It's really pushed the advantage back to Diamonds, pushed the pressure back onto Sunrisers here at the end of the innings. 132 for 8 it is, so Kopak has 1, Castle has 3. She has a slip behind her. It'll have runs here, looking to sweep down the leg side wide. Signal by the umpire. Take just the single on top of it. 133 for 8. Home ground, of course, for Castle. South End girl.
Yeah, she's a local hero here in Essex.
Swept hard. Single to deep mid wicket. Swept off pretty much middle and off there from.
It doesn't matter where the ball's pitched. It doesn't matter where the ball's pitched, where the ball's
See
going.
ball, hit ball.
Kate Kopak has one plan.
We said it was a toss-up between Kopak and Maqsood.
I think Maqsood will be feeling a little bit hard done by.
Studious from Castle.
Myself and Guy Swindle on Saturday were talking about how psychologically getting the nod at number 10 is so much nicer than coming in at number 11, knowing that you're the last chance saloon.
I guess if it's Maksud and Kopak together as well, it'll be see ball, hit ball for both. But as long as one of them, or if Maksud comes out with Castle still there. Oh, umpire thought it was end of the over. Quite a straight line. Castle went forward with the sweep on that one. End of the over, a dot ball, 138 for 8. We can have a look on the stream on the replay.
Yeah, well, going back to your previous point, it was I think it was 139 were on the board on Saturday when Maksud joined Kopak in the middle. So it feels a little bit like there's a bit of deja vu going on at the moment. Obviously, again, partnerships are the key and taking it as deep as you can. Possibly a little bit too high. The previous shout.
It's a good shout. Say height. Decent stride in from Castle. He's tall, hit up above the knee roll. This ball's punched to cover. And no run. Slides on past the edge, just backed up. Oh, flicked from the gloves with the keeper. Winfield Hill to slip. Slip wasn't ready, Armitage. She's okay. Don't you think it hit her? Oh, it did. Hit her on the back. I did think about the single. Briefly. That's a good stop.
Really well fielded that.
Callis at backward point. Off the bat, I was looking straight away out to the deep cover and thinking too. Fielding's been excellent from Diamonds today. Catching's been good. Held all their chances. Little bit of drift on that. Did it carry? Cry catch to mid-wicket. 135 for 8. Kopak survives. This runs a backward point by Kopak, no run. Mustn't let that pressure build on her at the moment. There's lots of deliveries to play with here, isn't there, for Kopak to attack. Like that, leg side.
You'll get, yeah, as long as you're there, you can take advantage of those that are slightly loose. She's got a good bit of bat on that and came back for 2, so.
137 for 8. End of the 42nd, so. Yeah, the build-up of top balls can build pressure, can't it? But there's so many deliveries, so many overs left in this match still. 8 overs to go. Just 2 wickets standing. Wait for the bad ball. Haven't been many today from Northern Diamonds. They've been tight, economical.
They haven't. They've been really good in the field. They've set good fields. They've backed up their bowlers. As you say, there's a lot of balls still to be delivered.
Looking to bisect the covers, but well set in there, the cover field. Glenn there to stop it.
After the way I've managed to talk out a number of batters by eulogising about them, I'm not sure if I should revisit the subject of Kelly Castle being a local hero. Outside the line, I think that call. But yeah, like at Essex, she's obviously captains Essex as well as Sunrisers, so she's a player that everyone at the ground knows really well, that the members know really well. It would be fitting for her to be able to perform. Yeah, she desperately wants to be able to call Chelmsford a ground that she's taken a victory home on, so she'll be doing everything she can out there.
Single just fine of mid-wicket and Scott. One to come at the over. Slip remains in place. Diamond's trying to put the pressure on. Dragged hard wide of long on, just a single though. Clean connection. Turner's there. And a single it is to end the over. Kopak will keep the strike onto 5. 139 for 8 Sunrisers. We were talking about a projection between 175 and 200. Certainly another 20 runs from here. Sunrisers be bare minimum that they'll want. If they can get 35, get them up to 175 or more, they'll feel very much in this game. Solid defence.
You can see her winding up there.
Yes.
Kopak was ready to have a go, and I thought, oh, maybe your words echoing her ear there, Kev.
Swept nicely. Chase at it in the deep for the deep square, just a single. We've seen that arm taken on from that boundary a couple of times today. It would have been in the mind for a moment. 140 for 8. Looking 2. Just a single. Probably was there, but again, getting run out at this stage of the innings is not something that they'll want to do.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough to say that one thing you tend to see as you do go down the batting order is, yes, they can all bat, they've all got technique, they can all hit a ball, but
they can't call a run.
You're running, you really only get really, really good at it by doing it.
Yeah. And
by doing it in the middle in matches. So, yeah, the lower down the order you go, the less experience they have at it.
It's a good shot. Really, really good shot. Kopak's into double figures. Sunrisers 145 for 8.
I think Kopak took exception to them putting 2 mid-wickets in there, thinking she only had one side of the ground she could play on, so she brought the hand straight back and hit it back where it came from there.
Thought of a single again, it wasn't there on this occasion. Long on dropping back. 2 mid-wickets in place. Well bowled. Right onto the spot. 145 for 8. Castle has 5, will have strike. Kopak 10. 6 overs to go of Sunrisers innings here. So, well, even 5 and over, another 30 from here. 175 for 8. Sunrise will be pretty happy with. Need a look at the scoreboard from Castle and Kopak. I'm sure that's the chat from the skipper. Keep the slip in place, Diamonds, which is interesting because that keeps a gap somewhere for a single. Not on the offside though. Cover point, an extra cover. Oh, down the track comes Castle, little inside edge onto the pad. Falls away into the offside. There's a big old gap between mid-wicket, well, mid-wicket and the keeper in terms of that single, and I think that's what Kopak was eyeing. Only a deep backward square protecting the boundary rope. Got a straight deep mid-wicket out as well as a straight mid-wicket in. Sweeps there as well for Castle. Dropping back long on after that use of the feet last ball. Very well bowled again. Not giving Sunrisers anything. 3-dot balls to start the over. Use of the feet, down the ground, that's a sweet strike. On bounce and 4. Long on had been set back. Straight of the fielder it goes though. 149 for 8. Really good shot from the skipper. There's the replay. She was much wider actually. Yeah, long on out on the boundary rope. Cracking use of the feet from Carson. A really clean connection.
Yeah, wasn't far off going the whole way, that.
I was just looking to see how far short it was. I couldn't quite see. It was in the air for a long time. Looking to sweep. Gets out the side of the line. Does she? No. Gone. LBW. 149 for 9. Castle's gone for 9. Big call from the umpire on that. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, tight to the off stump. Castle was thinking she'd get outside the line of off on it with the Levick. Just got that one to slide on. Have another look, but 149 for 9. Skipper deciding to get on with it. And end of the 45th. So here comes Maqsood to join Kopak, and well, this could really be either a lot of fun or over very quickly, because they will go for it now, I'm sure. 5 overs to go. They'll be more thinking about what boundaries can they claim in this time, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but they also know every run they get to bowl against, so they both know the areas that they want to hit the ball to and try and take the opportunity to do so. They've been given 10 more runs than they did on Saturday to play with, so let's see if they can do the same kind of thing as they did with that little cameo then.
We've just seen the partnerships. 65 from Grucock and Gardner, the biggest partnership by far. That partnership there was the only other one that reached 20. Grucock and Carr 19, Castle and Kopak. A useful 20. Well, again, another 20 from here, which is what they managed for the last wicket pair last up. But 20 from here would be really useful, pushing Sunrisers up to that 170 and certainly be in the game. I'll hope that that swing is there, top of the innings for them as well. Here comes Glenn back into the attack. 1-4-29 from 6. And a wide to start up with, yes. I'd have had to have pressed your mute button there if those arms didn't go up, I think.
we had one wide given, almost given when she hit the ball earlier, and then one wide given. Almost not given there, but you've got time to make your decisions. That's a prerogative of the umpire.
It's the 150 up for Sunrisers. Straight a ball, swept away hard, beautiful shot, 4 runs. Kopak's on to 14, sweet connection.
Forget fighting out for number 10. Kopak's trying to see if she can get in the top 4 next week.
The old pinch hitter could be back. Remember those days?
We have joked with her a few times about it.
Leg side being called through for the leg bye. Let's get her skates on, and does. Good call by Maqsood.
You don't know if she signalled the leg bye, did she? I wasn't looking.
Oh, good shout. No run, so it was a little inside tickle onto the pads. They went up for the LB, didn't they? But surely leg side. Must have been inside edge onto the pads. That burst through the gloves. Standing up. Winfield Hill.
Didn't get up
By
at all,
helps.
did it?
Just looking back on the previous one. Yeah, inside edge onto the pads, and good call from Maksud on that. And you're right, really died on Winfield Hill that last one. On 56 for 9. Nice shot, no run. 2 to come at the 46th. Seven off the over so far with the bye. Interesting call that they went back to Glenn when they've got Wilson as well. Up there and chipped down the ground for a single. On 57 for 9. Maksud checks the field. Deep point back, deep third. Deep square. Long leg just down below us at the river end. Ah, it's clipped in the air and taken. It was a sweet connection, but Maksud picks out the fielder. Glenn has 2 for 36. Sunrisers are done for 157. She just checked the field, Maksud, as well. Fancied the expanse of the leg side, I reckon. But unfortunately for her, straight down the throat of the fielder. And Glenn.
She got a bit too much of it, didn't she?
Yeah.
Came off too nicely. The middle of the bat was on fire on Saturday, and that time she almost wanted to get half of it.
Well, exactly that.
Nicely.
Yeah, exactly that. She did well to get it, because it is a big boundary out there. My first thought was, would that have been 6 on the other side? Maybe not quite. Depends on the placing of the fielder. It would have been close.
She's probably 10, 20 yards in when she took it, wasn't she? But
yeah.
Yeah, you can't be asking your 9, 10, 11 to be scoring all your runs. Kate Kopak took the fight to them, and again we've got something to bowl at, but we're going to have to certainly bowl as they did in the first 10, and then back it up with the rest of it throughout.
Well, it's exactly that, isn't it? It was that first 10, that ball was swinging, and those first 2 dismissals, you don't rip a heart out of an innings right at the top. Well, you can do sometimes, but it was a big start from Diamonds, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, they bowled really well, and I think I said earlier that it was a similar way to how we started the game, or the second innings of a game on Saturday, that we know that the new balls do swing here, and it does give good bowling the reward. So our job is now for Kate Kopak to take that confidence back out there. She's bowling brilliantly at the moment. She bowled brilliantly throughout the year and bowled brilliantly on Saturday, to take that confidence with the bat to the ball, and be backed up by Eva Gray at the other end, who's certainly had a very good start to the season as well. So, yeah. Over to you, bowlers.
Danny Warren, thanks very much. Appreciate your time on the mic. We'll be back after the break here at Chelmsford. Sunrisers have a score on the boards. It was a tough start here in this match at Chelmsford, but they have a score on the boards and have come back with the bats. That 50 from Grucock was the standout performance in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. 32 as well from Gardner. But those bowling figures shared around: 2 for Scott, 2 for Woolston, 2 for Glenn, 3 for Levick, and 1 for Tryon. It was Levick towards the end when she picked up Grucock and then Gray in quick succession. And that's when the trouble really began at the end for Sunrisers. 158 the target then for Northern Diamonds to win. Join us back in a little while.
River End Kate Coppat.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Chelmsford, where the chase just about to get underway in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. It's going to be Kate Coppat to get us up and running. And it could be a boundary to get up and running for Northern Diamonds. Sweet pickup that was, and a boundary it is. Winfield Hill climbs into that one straight away. Lauren Winfield Hill out there opening with Sarah Callis. Sweet pickup indeed. And a boundary straight away. Better ball right up there. Wasn't particularly a bad ball first up. Sunrise will look back at a couple of their shots and feel a little hard done by on their dismissals. Two shots into the onside in quick succession. A clip to mid-wicket by Villiers. Horsley a pull straight to mid-wicket as well, not long after. Leg side. Optimistic, enthusiastic, understandable at the moment. Sunrisers have got their work cut out to defend this total against the formidable Diamonds. Short again, goodness me. Now, did that carry? 4 runs. Winfield Hill has found the pace of this pretty quickly. She's been out there keeping for the first innings. She's got the pace of it extremely well. That jugs back in. Quick single taken. 11 without loss. Good start here. Oh, overthrows. Throw hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Deflects away. Maqsood with the chase. Unfortunate for Sunrisers. Ten without loss. A little bit of housekeeping for the umpire. And the final ball of the over from Coppat. Slip in place is Griffith. Deep third and deep square. The 2 back, everybody else in the circle on the single. There's Maqsood on the edge of the circle. 5 wickets in that opening victory for Sunrisers this season. She'll hope to play a very big part with the ball today. Sunrisers will need someone to stand up and be a star for them. Maqsood off already. Hopefully that is not a problem as the sub comes on to replace Maqsood. But Diamonds 10 without loss, 158 their target. Callis will have strike for the first time.
Open the bowling from the Hayes close end, Eva Gray.
Eva Gray at the Hayes close end with the ball. Alice born in The Hague in Netherlands. 4 ODIs, 26 T20 internationals. And a 1 and 16 so far for her against Storm first up, and then Sparks. Oh, goes past the edge. Nice bowling from Gray. Last place in the 100 for the Phoenix women. That's a great line of length from Gray again. Swing not as noticeable at the start of this innings just yet, as it was first thing this morning. A bit sunnier this afternoon. Cloudy this morning. Well, that'll be a decision. Sunrisers rue come the end of the match. Either way, they'll need a good start to this innings, no doubt about that. Wicket's wicket, but single turned fine of the mid wicket fielder. One to come of the over, so Winfield Hill on to strike. Callis off the mark, fourth ball. Leave a great. Will turn 23 in a few weeks. Oval Invincibles. Formerly South East Stars and Surrey. Kia Super League in 2018 with the Surrey Stars. Oh, and edged. Lovely ball down to the vacant deep third. Going to be another boundary. Diamonds are 15 without loss after 2. Good start here for the visitors. Rum luck for Gray at the end of that over. Sun's out. Lovely afternoon here at Chelmsford now. There was a threat of showers. Let's hope it stays this way. Bit of swing on that one for Kopak. Swinging back in. Oh, a little bit of a mix-up. Will they throw to the non-strikers end? Yes, but they're home. Although that ball jumps out of the hands of Kopak as it was returned to her by Carr. So back for a couple, 17 without loss. Just saw the first little signs of swing on that one. Fraction short of a length from Kopak. Winfield Hill busy behind the stumps in the Sunrisers innings, 32 years of age now, from York. Five tests, 55 ODIs, 44 T20 internationals. Debut back in 2013, July 1st, against Pakistan at Louth in an ODI. Test debut the following summer. Oh, that swings away. And there we go, put up there a little fuller by Kopak, and a little bit of movement through the air. One century for England. 55 innings, averaging 23. Averages 18 in tests, 20 in T20 internationals. Beautifully bowled, right up there. Sunrisers don't have the time, they don't have the runs to play with here. At the top, they need a start similar to that the Diamonds found against them. Also a Northern supercharger, Winfield Hill and the Oval Invincibles. Oh, that comes back in. Goodness me, takes a bottom edge. Boy, that moved. 4 runs. Callis on to 7. Winfield Hill starts a little chat with that. One to come of the over. Caught in 2 minds on that one, Callis. Just finishing Winfield Hill 75 and 42 to start the summer at Leeds and Worcester. That's a wide. Perhaps a little bit of over-enthusiasm after that ball previous. Just looking at the replay myself on the stream now. A bit of way shape on that one again. Good pace. End of the over. 22 without loss after 3. 7 off it with the wide. But that 4 coming off an inside edge. I'm just looking back at it again now. Callis, what's she trying to leave? What's she trying to run it? Got herself into an awkward position. Seamed back in with the slope. Thought it went through the air, but it looks as though it was more seam movement from Kopak, that ball. Just took the inside edge. And first boundary for Callis. Winfield Hill, on the other hand, having plenty of fun. On 14 from 7. 22 without loss. Over to Gray. Can she find a way through? Oh, very nearly. That really tailed back in. Let's have a look again at that one on the stream. Bits through the air, yeah. Seaming back in and not getting up. Winfield Hill has done incredibly well to keep that out. He's done incredibly well to hit that one on the up through the covers for 4. Lovely shot. 26 without loss. Winfield Hill on to 18. Keeping up her strike rate of 200. It's a little bit of width. Winfield Hill leaning into it. Strong start here from the Diamonds. Tails that one back in. Oh, throw down to the stumps again at the non-striker's end. They'll get through for just the single. Worth it. I think it was Villiers with the throw. Second time. Throw out the stumps. Hits sharp in the field. And the deflection takes it away for runs. Cruel on the fielder and on Sunrisers for excellent work in the field. There's been some discussion as to whether the rules should change on that. Oh, inside edge onto the pads. Whether a direct hit onto the stumps like that should then be a dead ball, so that the fielder isn't penalised for an excellent piece of fielding, as we've seen twice so far from Sunrisers. Bowls, well played. Callis easing that one back. One's come of the over. Dot ball to end. 27 for no wicket. Gray just 10 off her too. Let's take them on for 28 in the victory against Vipers at Southampton. 1 for 26 here on Saturday against Blaze. Kelly Castle needs a wicket from her pretty quickly here. Winfield Hill will very much be the one they want. Come on, Kopak, the cry from the fields. That's a lovely shot. Looking in incredible form, backing up the starts of the season she's had so far. Over 100 runs in the first 2 games. Into the 20s here. Sunrisers need a wicket. Quite clearly they need Winfield Hill, and quickly. Griffith, quite a wide slip there. There's a gully as well. There's a punch through points. Finding runs all around the park at the moment. Winfield Hill. Chase, a slide, a pick up and a throw. Gardner out there and they've taken 2. Did wonder whether the throw would be a flick back from Gardner, but did it all by herself. Some angles back in. Tucking up Winfield Hill. It's there or thereabouts where Kopak's got to leave it. Brisk start by Northern Diamonds. 31 on the board in the 5th. In the air, but finds the gap again. Clubs it away through the covers. Winfield Hill moves to 27. The Diamonds are 35 on the board already. 2 balls to go, the 5th. Villiers and Castle come across to have a chat with Kopak about the fields. Gully is going to be moved to a backward point by the looks of it, which will push backward point at a thought round to cover points. Yep, that's where they're going to settle. Just reinforce that offside. Scrivens is a shorter extra cover in position. Try and tighten this up on the off stump, block off those offside runs. Goes for the Yorker, well bowled. That's in the air again. It's just short of that cover point. Just been put in there. Moved from gully to a cover point, only just short. Good change of fields. Left pondering, could they have pushed her in a little bit closer, maybe staggered it a bit with the extra cover in as well. Cover back and cover point back could, or backward point back, could cover point have been advanced a little bit more. All easy in hindsight. 5 overs gone. 35 without loss. Winfield Hill. Cracking start here. Callis on 7th. She'll want a piece of power play 1 now and try and put some real pressure on Sunrisers by the time the power play's done. Good start by Gray on the spot, angling in. By the end of the 5th, the Sunrisers were 15 for 1. 16 for 2 by the end of the 6th, though. It's down the leg side, a wide signalled. And 19 for 3 by the end of the 7th. By the end of the power play, 24 for 3. Fourth wicket. Wasn't too far behind either. 32 for 4 in the 13th. Then came the recovery with Gardner and Grucock. Any real recovery there was. Partnership worth 65. Crucial right now with this start from Diamonds. Sunrise Zuno put a wicket on the board. Get things moving. Right up there again, outside off. Deep thirds and long leg, the 2 back. Well bowled. Angling in again. Callis again trapping down on it. A couple she's had to dig out now. On the spot once more. Good over this for Sunrisers, just the wide off it so far. Still one to come. No pressure on Callis with what Winfield Hill's done at the other end, 7 from 19. Pretty well oiled. The Diamonds but equally it's a power play. Field up. Dropping short. Deep squares there. Just a single. 2 off the over, 37 without loss, better over. Callis will have strike. None for 25 from 3 now for Kopak.
Change of bowling at the river end, Kelly Cox.
All right, so over to the skipper. Kopak's 25 from 3 is enough. Gray, none for 12 from 3. But it's Kopak who's replaced by Kelly Castle. Skipper ready to get in amongst it straight away. Good start from the skipper. Keeper standing up. A little bit of shape on that. Callis thinking it through on strike. Kopak 3 for 24 here on Saturday. Defeat to the Blaze. 1 for 24 in the victory down at Southampton to begin the season. Big in swing on that one again. Gentler place, but swing there for Castle. It was the swing that created chaos at the start of the Sunrisers innings. Castle none for 5 at Southampton, 2 for 32 here on Saturday. Swinging in again. Callis 8 from 23. I'll be keen to get out of this power play with Callis facing as much of the strike as possible at the moment. Big difference in the strike rates, 34 for Callis and 168 for Winfield Hill. There goes that in-swing again, inviting the drive from Callis. Encouragement in the field for the skipper. Starts a little straighter. Pick up a single. Down to deep backward square leg. Wants to come of the over. Pads, just a single to end the over. 2 off it from Castle, good from the skipper. First up, it's looking to bring a little bit of control from the river end here. Diamonds 39 without loss. Winfield Hill will keep the strike against Gray, who's been tight and economical. None for 12 from her 3 so far. Right on the spot from Gray again, swinging it in. Late movement. to Winfield Hill. Bit of width on that one. Driven away, could be 4 as well. Gardner gives an enthusiastic chase, which she wins. Time has moved to 41, 2 more for Winfield Hill onto 30. Short, hooked away, just a single to long leg. Looking to keep it straight with deep square and long leg back. Oh, edged. 4 more. Callis moves to 13. 46 for 2. Prolific start here by Northern Diamonds. Getting right on top in the early stages. Cruel on Gray and Sunrise as that. They're packing the... I say packing. They've got the 2 fielders back on the onside. Deep square and long leg. Keeping the slip in place and nobody down at deep thirds. Good ball and an edge. Results in a boundary. Well bowled, Yorker to follow up. 46 without loss. This ball, the cry. It's the last ball of the 4th for Gray. Excellent finish to the over. 7 off it. Unlucky with the boundary though. Winfield Hill won't mind a bit. She'll have felt that she's more than earned that luck. 31 off 20. Flying start for her and the visitors here at Chelmsford. Callis 13 from 28. Just up the scoring rate slightly. Picked up at the length on that one pretty quickly. For a single, 47 without loss. Maddie Villiers set back. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square as well. Winfield Hill on 32. Castle just be looking to keep it straight and on a length with the field she's got. Pretty much there. Single taken. Probably would have been a wide. Punished either way. Chase being given up the hill. Scrivens can give up. That's 4 all the way. $50 up for Diamonds. 8.5 overs. Very good start from the visitors. The early losses of Scrivens, Griffith, Villiers and Hawley looking extremely expensive now. Top bowls. Full bat face shown by Winfield Hill. 8 balls left to the power play. Going for the in-swinging Yorker. Feels set though for that. Single it is. Great arm. Cracking arm from Villiers there. Carr skipping backwards to claim that one. In swinging Yorker again and gone! Castle has the wicket. Callis gone for 14, 53 for 1, and the skipper makes the breakthrough. Brings herself on at the river end and strikes at the end of her second over. A couple of in-swinging Yorkers tried. This one works. Diamonds 53 for 1 at the end of the 9th. Well, they needed that. Winfield Hill doing all sorts of damage at the other end, but Callis just started to get into it with a couple of boundaries.
Incoming batter, Holly Armitage.
So here comes the skipper. One skipper picks up a wicket, the other one comes out to bat. Holly Armitage, be 26 in June from Huddersfield. Northern Superchargers and Yorkshire women. Just a single on the first game at Leeds, followed up with 37 at Worcester.
Change of bowling at the Hayes close end, Maddie Villiers.
Maddie Villiers on from the Hayes close end, replacing Gray. I wondered would they go to Maqsood at this stage in the power play. See if they could buy a wicket last over the power play, but it's Villiers that's given the chance. 53 for 1. 6 balls left to the power play. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Defending that off spin, but this one's short. Deep backward square leg gets around Gardner. They take a single. Leg sides, know the call, probably right for the attempted leg bye. (14) in the final of this competition at Lord's last year for Armitage. Top score of 65 from Winfield Hill is Northern Diamonds. There's 215 for 9 against the Vipers. Winfield Hill, the player of the match. 44 as well from Beth Heath down the order. Vipers set 216 to win, finished 213 for 9. Georgia Adams top scoring with 70. Cut straight to the field. On to come of the power play, just 2 off the over, a good over from Villiers. Winfield Hill awaits, last ball of the power play. Down the track, over the top. Won't get it all the way, but get a couple here. Deep mid-wicket coming around, holds them to 2. Winfield Hill moves to 40, Diamonds to 59 for 1. Power play done, stark difference. 3 down and only into the 20s, the Sunrisers. At the same stage, Diamonds double the score. News from the market, might be about to rain. Haley looking for double bubble today on the camera work and the weather reports as well. Right down below is at the river end. Good start from Castle again. Wicket. Last ball of the last over. First up this over to Armitage, our opposite number. Diamond skipper. In swing again. Armitage watchful to mid-off. Well fielded. Hawley getting around at mid-wicket. Prevents the single. They're going to have to be tight out of the power play now. Try and really bring it back here against Diamonds. Deep mid-wicket set back. Only one for Armitage. Single taken to square. Throw to the non-striker's end. Well backed up. Spot of rain starting to fall at Chelmsford. DLS is 26, so miles ahead of the DLS Diamonds. Should only be a spot and nothing more. That'll be a wide down the leg side. Let's have a look on those scores elsewhere. There were some stalled by rain today. Stalled by the conditions anyway. Central Sparks, that was one of the delayed games, so between innings there now. 50 overs managed. 183 for 9, the Sparks against Vipers at Wormsley. Oh, that's a sweet pickup by Winfield Hill. That's 4 more. Going with that in swing, with the slope, with the short boundary. Castle has her work cut out here at the river end. 1 for 15 from 3. .63 for 1 overall with 11 gone. Short to Armitage. Really opened up to that. Just drags the single though. A little short, gets away with it. Wasn't quite the room. Winfield Hill feels she misses out. Sweetly timed again. The timing from Winfield Hill has been something quite special today to watch. Almost everything has been out of the middle of the bat. So 183 for 9 after 50 overs. Central Sparks at Wormsley, where the Vipers won the toss. 54 was the top score from Amy Campbell. That's short. Goodness me, that's put away. One bounce, big boundary as well. Winfield Hill moves to 48. Diamond 68 for 1. Sweet shot from the Diamonds opener. So Campbell 54, also 43 for Abby Freeborn, and 183 for 9. It's really a hit and miss innings. 34 for Jones, 23 from George, but nobody else into double figures. Backing up to that one. Winfield Hill has a sharply run single, thinking about the second. The 50 won't be there. 49 from 34. This is a brilliant, brilliant innings from Winfield Hill. Champions are looking just that at Chelmsford. Armitage really looking to open up to that onside. It wasn't that short again from Villiers. Single to end the over, none for 11 off 2 for Villiers. 70 for 1 after 12. So for the Southern Vipers, 183 to win. 184 to win, sorry. At Wormsley. Match abandoned. The Blaze versus Thunder at Welbeck Colliery. No play at Nettleworth. Blaze and Thunder. And South East Stars posted 296 for 7 in the end. Goodness me, what a turnaround that is. Openers, Chatley gone for naught, Capsey gone for naught. Davidson Richards in at 4, gone for 6. But 50 from Smith. Starting the recovery. That really was the start. It was pretty standalone at that point, but Schofield with 134. Unbeaten as well. Armitage in on the act here, driving through the covers, pierces the offside and times it sweetly as well. 4 more. Armitage's first boundary. She doubles her tally. Diamonds are 74 for 1. Schofield's 100 unbeaten, 134 from 109 deliveries, 14 fours and 3 sixes. Oh, McSood, beautiful bit of flight. 5 for in the opening game for McSood. They really need something special from her here. A young leg spinner was the last to go when Sunrisers are all out for 157. Clip down the throat of deep square. Better again. It was also 45 for Farrant at the end of that innings. 45 of 32 deliveries, 5 fours. And 296 for 7 posted by the South East Stars after a pretty slow start. Given some flight, put away in between extra cover and mid-off. Gorgeous shot again. 4 more. Armitage on to 12. Clean cut here from the Diamonds. They are slicing the field. Nice flight on that again. 296 for 7, and that was the total. Just looking at the bowling figures. 3 for 60 from 10 for Filer. 3 for 42 from 8 from Gibson. Some real tap handed out around that innings though. Flight given again. Goodness me, it's a gorgeous shot. Armitage has climbed into this over. She moves to 16. 12 off it. Diamonds are 82 for 1 after 13. 76 to win. Sunrisers have a real problem here. They need wickets fast. Most especially the batter to have strike. Winfield Hill on 49 from 34. It's been devastating. That last over was pretty tough. 12 off it. Good start. Winfield Hill opening up, looking for that 50. Nice bit of flight on that again. Oh, checked shot from Winfield Hill, nearly offered it back on 49, being made to work for this single by Villiers. Long on back, deep mid-wicket back, deep backward square. Five on the onside. Here's the off-spinner again. Another dot ball. Maksud fields at mid-off. Five dot balls. Villiers making Winfield Hill wait. She just got a message from the skipper. Don't worry if it's not this ball. It is this ball, through the legs of her skipper at the non-striker's end. 50 off 40 deliveries for Winfield Hill. She was made to wait for it in the end. That strike rate was up around 200 for a fair old part of the first 25 of that 50. 8 fours, 53 minutes. Cracking innings. Should be match winning here for Diamonds unless something goes horribly wrong for the defending champions. 83 for 1 after 14. Sunrisers being taught a harsh lesson here at Chelmsford. Hasn't done as much for them.
Change of bowling at the River End, Kelly Castle.
Castle back on, replacing Maksud at the River End. 12 off Maksud's only over. Winfield Hill on strike. Deep mid-wicket, deep square and deep cover, the 3 back. cut away out to deeper cover. Goes to the in-swinger again. Goodness me. Timing today from the Northern Diamonds has been immaculate. There's another one, penetrating that offside field. Armitage moves to 20, 88 for one. Effortless out of the middle of the bat. Two to come of the over. Skipper to skipper. Easy to sit here and say now, but you look back at the decision at the toss, bat first. Cloudy skies, 10:30 start. Saw that ball really move for Northern Diamonds. Hasn't done as much through the air for Sunrisers. Drop ball two in the over, 5 off it, 88 for one. Winfield Hill 51, Armitage 20. Second 50 in 3 innings. For Winfield Hill this, out in the 40s on Saturday. Sun belts down at Chelmsford today. The forecast was for a threat of showers here. We've had a briefest of spits of rain at one point. Nothing really too much to think about or worry about. Is it drifting down? Given! Winfield Hill's gone for 51. Plays around a full straight one. Villiers has the breakthrough they desperately needed. 1 for 12 at the start of her 4th for Villiers. And the big one as well. Outstanding innings by Winfield Hill. 51 from 43 deliveries. 8 fours in an hour that should pretty much win the match for Northern Diamonds. But if Sunrisers have a chance, it's removing the dangerous opener, Winfield Hill. Outstanding start from the 32-year-old. It's very much set her side on the way.
Incoming batter, Phoebe Turner.
So Phoebe Turner comes in at 4. To join skipper Armitage. Nineteen-year-old Turner. 3 at Leeds against Storm, 4 at Worcester against Sparks. Played in the final last year. Duck for her on that occasion. Didn't matter, side went on. Little short on that one. Turner's in with the timing as well. Goodness me, it's raced away. 92 for 2. Nicely bowled once more. He's away into the offside. It's 2 for 2. Castle's Armitage. Scramble stop by Cordelia Griffith. So our nice drive. Armitage on 21. From Castle once more. Two to come of the over. Another good over from Castle. Has to be the hope. Rack up a couple of wickets. Just maybe. There's some pressure to be placed. Villiers charging in with that strong arm. Oof. Thunders that into the gloves of Carr. Not sure how grateful Carr will be for that. Good stop from her, high up above her head. It's a wide, gets away from the keeper as well. Carl got something on it, take the pace off, just one taken, 96 for 2. It spoils a good over from Castle. 4 off it now with 1 to come. Short in the air, oh, in between backward point and short third. .98 for 2, 60 to win. Armitage 21. Turner 7. Diamonds charging towards this victory target. Run rate of 5.8. Quiet, just 1.8. Got to bowl them out. Villiers has made a reasonable start. 1 for 16 from 4. He's picked up a big wicket as well. Gets through. Griffith with the chase. They've taken 2. Fine work by Griffith. 100 up for Diamonds. Midway through the 18th. Goodness me, that shoots through as well. It's another dot ball, but another one that they'll have been looking at thinking that was so close. Slim came back on the edge, the previous ball. It's a single taken there by Turner, moves to 10, 102 for 1. Villiers finding the edge of Turner's bat. And that third ball of the over. Wide slip. Never going to be a chance for Griffith. My only chance would have been where the Cart was able to whip her gloves around, but it was edged from nearly middle and leg, past off stump.
Change your bowling at the river end, Grace Scrivens.
Grace Scrivens for the first time today. Boy, oh boy, do they need her right now. Short first ball, just a single out to the sweeper. Well backed up, they've taken 2. Well run. And annoyed Joe Gardner that they got back for the second. 104 for 2. Turner on to 12, 54 to win. Single again to Gardner. Out on the boundary, Turner moves to 13. 5 for 2, 53 to win. Nicely bowled again from Scrivens. Controlled start up here. Oh, the reverse from Armitage. Just short of a length once more. Used to the offside, and Griffith, end of the 19th. 105 for 2. Just past the edge. It's good from Scrivens and Villiers as a partnership. Just 3 off Scrivens' first over. Villiers only going at 3.8, 1 for 20 from her. Well, 5.2 so far. Oh, bowls. Turner going for a little scoop, a little paddle. The celebration from Villiers. 2 for 20 from her. Well, Diamonds appear to be in a rush. 105 for 3. It's 18 balls faced for Turner's 13. Good Sunrisers provide a late twist and turn in this one. Looking for the scoop, the paddle. Ball top of middle and leg. Middle and off maybe, actually, looking at the replay. Well, Heath out to bat with Armitage. Best Heath. Turner looking to play adventurous cricket, the youngster, paying the price. Heath, 21 years of age, from Chesterfield. Second highest scorer in that final at Lords with 44 last year. And off the mark with a boundary, open in the face. That's a beautiful square drive. Target to wins below 50, 49 more required. Diamonds are 109 for 3. Gorgeous shot first up. Is that an inside edge? I think the umpire's going to signal anything they're thinking to. It should just be 1, and it is. It was. Little tickle off the inside edge. Heath on to 5. 71 and 13 so far this summer. 71 in that victory against Storm at Leeds. Only 13 in the defeat to Central Sparks at Worcester. "20 overs done. Heath with 5, Armitage 22. Brilliant run rate, 5.5. Required's only 1.6. Here's Scrivens. Just adjusting the deep square, bringing around a little bit squarer. Too fine for Scrivens to begin with. Deep mid wicket as well. Drop short, and it's going to be a chase for that deep mid-wicket. Villiers take a single. Deep covers Joe Gardner. Not a strong arm out there. Nice use of the feet. Lovely shot. Glorious drive by Armitage. Griffith dives to her right. McSood dives to her left. Gardner did extremely well to get around at cover and save the boundary. 44 to win. Armitage on to 25, 114 for 3. Lovely ball by Scrivens. Drop short on this one though. Chase for Villiers. She'll get there. Just a single. They won't take on that arm. Oh, Carr. You can see she was fretting. If it's slightly off, it's such a strong arm that Villiers has. Well backed up. Short again, slam straight to mid-on though. And Kopak. Bit of flight. Driven away to the call. Gardner the fielder. Just the single. 116 for 3. Armitage keeps the strike, moves to 26, 42 to win. Let's check in on the scores elsewhere. 2 on the board here and it could become interesting, but it should be. Diamond's game from here. Oh my goodness me, that's a great shot. Armitage moves to 30. Everything today seems to have been out of the middle from Diamond's irresistible display from the defending champions. Big appeal, given! Armitage has gone for 30, 120 for 4, still 38 to win. Villiers has 3 for 29 in her 7th. Is there still a way back for Sunrisers here? Heath 7 from 5. Armitage. So we have a look at the replay. Armitage heading back. Pretty plumb. Backed up in the crease on that one. Villiers has a third of the 4 to fall. Well, can they find a way back here? Shouldn't do. 38 to win, 6 wickets standing. So we try and out at 6. All that experience with South Africa. Dangerous batter. Can they find one more though to make it interesting? It's certainly the big name. If they could get Tryon, then they're very much feeling this one. It's a glorious shot. Straight to extra cover. Little shuffle. Checking the drive. Right there, clipped away for a single. .121 for 4. Heath 7, try on 1. Lovely length. Halfway forward, Heath. On to come Villiers over. Then 3 more overs. Do they bowl her through from here? I think they have to. Game's up otherwise. Another good length delivery. Past the edge. Great over. 5 off it, but a wicket. Armitage gone for 30 LBW. Diamonds 121 for 4. 37 to win. This is where, when Danny Warren was alongside me earlier, talking about 175 on the board, something a little bit more challenging. 180 up towards 200. But a flying start for Diamonds and Winfield Hill. Now it is a desperate clawback here from Sunrisers. Flowing drive once again. 4 more. Try on her first boundary, 125 for 4. Extraordinary the timing they found from the off in this innings, and it's continued all the way through. Dropping short, punched. There it goes again, that timing. Gardner's got a big chase here. They've run hard, the 2. Gardner coming around. They're back for 3. Gardner's done well. 30 to win, 128 for 4. Trial moves to 8. Good response from Scrivens, past the edge. Southern Vipers are 13 for 2, chasing 184 to beat Central Sparks at Wormsley. Should just be a single to Gardner, it is. McCorn's gone for 0, Elwes for 6. Both wickets for Emily Arlett. Oof. Scriven was brave there, making sure, even though there was probably going to be a couple backing up, including the skipper and Kopak, but wasn't letting it get through herself. Match abandoned between the Blaze and Thunder at Nettleworth. And Western Storm are 55 for 1 in the 19th. They need 242 more to beat South East Stars at Bristol. Griffiths 17, Corney's gone for 17, caught Franklin off Stonehouse. Prendergast 15, Prendergast one of those that took a fair bit of tap at the end of the South East Stars innings. 4 overs went for 36, most expensive. 134 down the order from Schofield. $130 for 4 here, Diamonds. Leg side sounded wooden. There's a little bit of bat involved. Ooh and an R from Sunrise, as it was indeed a little bit of wood involved. Flicks out the fielder. Down the track, down the ground. 6 runs. Confirmation. First 6 of the match. Heath moves to 14. Just 21 to win now for Diamonds. 137 for 4. Top ball to end the over. 7 off it. Had been a good over, but great use of the feet by Heath. So 21 to win. On to Radlett on Friday for Sunrisers. Looking to pick up on that opening win at Southern Vipers at the Aegeus. They've got a rival to try and do it against on Friday. South East Stars, the visitors to Radlett. South East Stars have just racked up those runs, 296 at Bristol. Eva Gray, change of ends on at the River End, placing Scrivens. Done for 18 off her 3. Gray done for 19 off 4. Clip back into the onside, check the shot, otherwise that could have been awkward. Just threw it early. Good length again. Couple of dot balls to start up. Checking that drive once more. Nice shot for no run. Just tightened it up here, Sunrise. You saw that 6 in the last over from Heath. Real advance charge, but Sunrise is just managing to rack up the dot balls. Surely going to be too little too late. Five dot balls. Start the over. Won't be a maiden, but just a single to finish. Trial moves to 11, 138 for 4, 20 to win. Halfway stage of the innings. And we're almost twice the score. Of Sunrisers by the end of the power play. Halfway comparison now. Nice use of the feet, just for a single, clip down to long on. Trying on to 12. Oh. Well, nearly gets through. So end of the 25th, Sunrisers was 76 for 4. Diamonds 138 for 4. That's the comparison I was looking for. So they've been going along at nearly double throughout the innings. Interestingly, the wickets column, though, is identical at the halfway stage. Sunrisers lost their 5th in the 31st over. They were 97 for 5 when Gardner departed. 116 for 6 when Carr went. That was in the 36th. And then the end came ever quicker before they were at 157 all out. 139 for 4 here. 19 to win. Great to continue, number 20 from 5. I wonder, is it worth throwing it back to Maqsood at some point? Onto the pads, drifting down, Griffith. Yeah, enthusiastic peeler at short extra cover. Leg side, gets away for a leg bye. 140 for 4. Oh, dead ball signals, no shot offered. Back they all go. Bowser! Try on gone for 12. 139 for 5. 19 to win. It's 27th over. Gray has her first wicket. Sunrisers, it remains a long shot. Diamonds are nearly there. They've been in the last chance saloon for a while now, Sunrisers. But adding 2 to the scoreboard at any stage of most matches just adds a little bit of a wobble. Can they find a way back here?
Incoming batter, Catherine Fraser.
So Catherine Fraser it is. Number 14 from 4 with the ball. 18-year-old all-rounder. 31 T20 internationals for Scotland. Top scorer of 14, unbeaten, but she's only had the 12 innings. Last game for Fraser was scoring 59 against the USA in the women's under-19 in Benoni. Oh, inside edge onto the pad. Take a single. Yeah, Scotland women won by 5 wickets. USA posting 147 for 7 in the Under-19 World Cup. Fraser in at 4, made 59, having picked up 3 for 23 from 4 in the USA innings. That's a good shot. Clipped away nicely by Heath. She's on to 18. 14 to win. 144 for 5. If it is to be defeat for Sunrisers today, and they will regret just not being able to build one more partnership, which even at this stage would have been enough to put a little bit of pressure on this innings. But great shot. Lost the ball for the moment. It's in there somewhere. Any damage done? Or has it got wet in a puddle? Umpires need to have a look at it. Well, I suppose they could swap the one from the other end for now, while they go and get a replacement. Comparing the two, don't get them confused now. Castle's going to have a look as well. Gear on with it. Call from the umpires. 144 for 5. .23 overs to go, 14 runs. Fraser will have strike. What they really need to do is grab Heath, be 6 down with 14 to win, and just see if there's a little bit of pressure to be had. That boundary from Heath, though, at the end of the over, pushing them that little bit closer to what has seemed to be a pretty apparent victory throughout this innings so far. Villiers' last over, 3 for 38. It's a big over. Can she walk away with one more? Just give her side something of a chance. Oh, so close. Castle at mid-wicket. Gardner does the fielding. Gives Fraser 4 balls to look at Heath before she's done. This is the one. If they could grab Heath now, then just maybe there'd be a little bit of pressure at the end. Danced down a quicker one, swept away. Just a single. Gardner at deep backward square. Apologies, I called Gardner deep mid-wicket. She's deep backward square. Hawley is the fielder out at deep mid-wicket. And called into action again. 2 to come. From Villiers. This is the wicket, though. Quick single taken. Oh, put the pressure on Griffith, who has a little slip and a slide. 148 for 5. Heath's on to 20. 10 to win. Dragged down quick from Villiers. Top ball to end. Good day for Villiers with the ball for T2 runs conceded. 3 wickets claimed. 10 overs. which just put a little bit more respectability on the score for Diamonds. Unlikely to be, for Sunrisers, unlikely to be anything but that at this stage though. 148 for 5. Short, swept away. That's going to be 4. 6 to win. Heath's on to 24. Diamonds 150 up. 152 for 5. Sweetly timed. Sweetly struck. Swept powerfully. Oh, up in the air from Heath. I don't think Carr's going to get under this. They'll take a couple. Heath moves to 26. Was looking to send that one out of the park and into the river. Short, that goes, and that will be the winning runs. 6 of them. Goodness me, what a way to win it for the Diamonds. Emphatic 5-wicket victory. Feels like even more than a 5-wicket win. They've done it with 21.5 overs to spare. 160 for 5. Heath moves to 32 from 25. Winfield Hill with that 50 at the beginning. And well, they made the Sunrisers look mightily short today, and they were. Winning the toss, electing to bat, skittled for 157. Real disappointment for Sunrisers, but a real statement from Northern Diamonds. 51 from Winfield Hill, 30 from Armitage, the skipper. And Heath finishing with a 6 to move to 32. Her second 6. So, well short in the end, Sunrisers. 50 from Grucock, 32 Gardner. Nobody else made it to 20. And Northern Diamonds made short work of that chase. 21.5 overs to spare. So on to Friday, on to Radlett for Sunrisers, when they will take on the rivals, the South East Stars at Radlett. A 10:30 start. Join us on the stream for that one. Next up for Northern Diamonds, they entertain the Blaze at Chesterley Street on Saturday. So look out for the stream, the coverage of that one as well. Blaze against Thunder, abandoned today at Nettleworth. South East Stars, meantime, because though they're storming to victory themselves, they've got Western Storm 73 for 4 in the 25th. Thanks to you all for joining us for this one today. A terrific performance by Northern Diamonds. 160 for 5, winning by 5 wickets. Sunrisers all done from 157. From myself, Kevin Hand, from the stream team here at Chelmsford. Thanks for your company. We say goodbye with Diamonds wrapping up victory by 5 wickets.